Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back today for the grand finals of the Zero Hour Asia Showdown. It's Mickey alongside me is Aggressive, and we're going to be taking you through today's BO5 between two massive teams that have fought tooth and nail to get their way to the top stage of the tournament. Now, only one match remains. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be tested their endurance, grit, everything they've learned throughout the series. It's all going to be put down to the line to decide who's going to take home the position of the top dog. Will it be the reigning champions? Will Goliath seize the day, or will David come up with a little surprise? But the question, though, Aggressive, is that based on experience and everything, it's kind of the opposite. It should have been the opposite, but
I
it's not.
mean, in a lot of ways, yes. In a lot of ways, no. Because think about it, it's SHOPERBRO going up against the side of Rancor. Two very massive teams. Two teams that are gonna guarantee give us a possible 5-map extravaganza, considering the map lineup that we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Today's lineup in particular is probably the most interesting one that we could have had, especially because, like, hey,
Guess who's
I
back?
don't really know. What?
Guess who's back? We got hotel trouble again.
Yeah, hotel trouble, like the hotel spelled backwards, kind of. Remember?
Yeah.
And it's gonna be critical response also getting picked up. Breaking Meth is gonna be in for us as well. Like a lot of the pickups that we have for this particular set of maps is where the biggest surprise lies. And also Prison Break is going to be making that entrance right at the very end. That's going to be game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, of course, is going to be the map of Showtime, a map where the members of SHOPERBRO and Rancor have showcased strong dominance on in the past. And because of how well this team synergizes on this particular map, I'm kind of expecting a couple of new strategies to really come through. These last 2 days, they're going to be able to just get themselves back in the group of things. Plus, I do believe that the members of SHOPERBRO have a slight bit of an advantage because don't forget here at the Asia Showdown, the members of SHOPERBRO played a bunch more maps in comparison to Rancor, and playing those maps, getting that extra level of experience that you generally wouldn't have by just playing out those scrims, will give you a slight edge playing through the tournament here at the grand final stage as well. But at the same time, we streamed all of those matches as well. And we know for a fact that Rancor have been watching. They've been analyzing, they've been trying to figure out exactly what the game plan could be looking like from the opposition here. And on the map of Showtime, strategy is one thing, but also map control is another. There are a lot of very key positions of this map that generally is not utilized by a lot of the teams. And we've seen only 2 teams use the external positions here, that being the side of SHOPERBRO and in some cases Rancor. Rancor have yet to really showcase proper map control on Showtime yet, and that's where SHOPERBRO might have a significant advantage here.
Yeah, but before we do go into the game and talk about all the analysis, we got a little announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Because of the 5th anniversary of Zero Hour, the game is 80% off on all platforms. This is the best time for you to grab the game and get your esports journey kickstarted. If you had enjoyed the tournament, if you saw the action and it pumped your blood just like it did for us, enough for us to actually take breaks for a few days every now and then. But if that is the case for you, this is your opportunity. Get the game while it's cheap, and you might be the next superstar, the next competitor trying to take on either one of these teams in the next grand finals of the next tournament. Who knows? There's a lot of nexts, and then there's a lot of next steps, for you. But the ideal immediate next step is to get yourself onto any gaming platform and get this game for the best price possible. It's going to be the most updated version. You're going to have all the new maps and everything to get your journey kickstarted. But with that being said, the games are about to begin very soon. Let me just go through the games, the maps that we have in store for you before everything kicks off. For the first one, we have Showtime being picked up by the side of Rancor. Again, no surprise. They are strong on it. Number 2 is going to be Breaking Meth, picked up by SHOPERBRO. Interesting to see. We saw a lot of success on the lower finals from them against Online Dogs. So I think they're a little bit more confident in the map. And third match being Hotel Trouble, making a comeback after a while. They're going to be taking the side of Rancor. They're going to be the ones picking this up for the fourth map. We have Critical Response. We hate to go there. I hate to go there. But Chopper Bro is going to be taking us there regardless in the fifth and final map. It's going to be Prison Break, boys. What a way to end it. We're gonna have not only the blend of new maps where we have a lot more improved tactics and a lot more of an improved meta of the game, but also maps like Hotel Trouble and Critical Response, where players or teams should more or less refine or finalize, iron out all the strategies that should have come to play in the previous stages of the esport. Those maps should be the most entertaining in the sense that it should be down to perfection at this point from each and every individual player and team. So with that being said, it's gonna be a heck of a series. And again, the reminder is there, ladies and gentlemen, to get the game as soon as possible for the massive discount of 80% off. But overall, if you do look at all the maps, though aggressive, what is your standpoint? Do you think that it's a little bit more favoring Rancor, or do you think Shopper Bro might pick up the maps from Hotel Trouble or Critical Response based on being the old dogs and all?
It could go in either direction because I would say that this particular map trick up, one of the biggest problems they are going to have is when they go to critical response. Arguably, critical response is one of their weakest maps in their entire map pool. So, looking at what the overall pickup has been looking like for them, with game number one being Showtime and with game number two being Breaking Meth, Hotel Trouble, I do believe, is where the team of Shopper Bro is really going to have a little bit of an advantage, but at the same time, it's going to be difficulty because Rancor just has that level of proficiency on that particular map that can cause problems for them. And in a lot of ways, Shopper Bros are banking on Breaking Meth being that one map where their team are really going to be able to take control of. But if they lose that second map, going into that third, they're going to have the most difficult amount of time because we've seen in the Bangladesh Zero or Open that Rancor in particular probably had the best showing out of any of the other teams in that particular matchup and in that particular map. So this is going to be a tough one. This BO5 will be very difficult to predict which team is going to be able to win because Shopper Bro, they have made significant advancements. So it's not like Rancor alone is going to be the team that Rancor is going to be the team that runs them down at each and every turn. Us, looking at the history, of course, is going to think that Rancor are going to be able to win, but when you look at the overall picture, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, you really never know at this point, even though the preparation is there and everything. I believe even at the lower brackets, Shopper Bro against Chaos Theory, if I'm not wrong, displayed really good understanding of the map of Showtime, which was definitely not what I expected. A team that really wanted to stick to the roots to older maps from season one. But as the action phase begins, here we go. It's the perfect way to get the grand final started, to kick off the best of five, because it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It literally is showtime. Let's get this ball rolling.
You were looking to make that joke for how long?
Ever since pretty much the stream started. But the point is, you gotta be hyped. It's the grand finals. It's Shopper Bro. It's the boys taking on Rancor, who are the team that has gotten this game down to the T, to every point, to the very end of the notebook, to the very end of their playbook. They've got everything down. They're organized. They're fracksters, and they utilize every bit of utility, every possibility that the game offers them to. But now with the map slowly heading into the action phase, we are going to see the players of Shopper Bro spreading themselves out. They are going to be covering all the windows near the outside, near the main road. Respawn peaks do come in. No, actually, those were just pre-fires, or are they? Maybe a spawn peak was there, causing Deep Jolt to really let some bullets fly in that direction. But side of Shopper Bro, they're already gonna be coming in with a little initiative to hold on to higher ground, hold on to more forward positions as the matchup begins. Already prompt coming in, enemy left the building. Someone's going for an a really aggressive fight. It's gonna be for third, but he's gonna pay the price as Savage takes him down. First kill of the tournament, but an immediate trade comes in from Potato. SHOPERBRO ain't playing around. They're gonna get those kills real fast as the side of Rancor now in a 4v4 using the utilities. They're trying to push in fast towards the market. Mock is going to be holding outside the door. Savage, he's going to push in through the markets, trying to enter
know that
those
they're in Bata?
hall doorways. I
He's
don't
not
think he
expecting
does, but he's ready
He
for it. He's ready for it, though, Clog. We've seen him in this very position in previous matches do so much damage, and he already has, but the heal does come in. Again, SHOPERBRO at a disadvantage as they move up the stairs. Again, now the more passive players are going to have to show up. They have to maintain control inside the hall rooms, outside the cinema hall themselves, and try and bring this back to equal terms. Kazi already made a lot of progress just on the lower floors. Now they have to take control of the top, the upper floors. That's exactly where the players of SHOPERBRO are holding on to deny that entry into the hall itself. Maki is already in that hallway on the other hall, I believe. But slowly we can see Rancor setting up this execution. One thing they have to be aware of is Hasib, who is still outside the site, and he's aware that somebody might come in from behind. As soon as he gets word from his teammates who are inside the site that they are making an execution, which they are now, I believe, he should come in with a very interesting flank. Oh, and he will get one. Potato holding on to the side, but the side of Captain Kazi is going to get that trade immediately, turning this into a 2v2. Right now, the side of Taha, he's going to still fall back a little to keep himself alive, reunited with his teammate as the side execution is yet to go down. They haven't really touched the bomb yet. Savage, he's trying to move in. Oh, that's made though. Savage gets taken down and they go for the peak. Rancor, the smoke's making life difficult. He's forced to fall back. Does significant damage on either end. And Captain Kazi, he's got to get out of there. A follow-up nade almost gets him. And now they're going to hold the high ground. Captain Kazi is going to have to maybe take that heal, but he's already back in the fight. He didn't even go for the heal. He's got 18 HP. This is going to be a risky move. And now with this double angle coming in, they spot him out and they get the final shot. Taha to finish things off. And SHOPERBRO with the first round of the grand finals, kick-starting the event with full adrenaline. I mean, even though initially they struggled a little bit, trades were coming in. Not bad. And that hold on the site was immaculate. Great utility as well, SHOPERBRO. We knew they were proficient, but they're showing just how much the extent is.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell that SHOPERBRO right now are just in a league of their own for that particular instance, especially with the map control that they did have. They played for the high ground positions. They pretty much forced the members of Rancor to come in through the extremities, of course, from the different from two sides of the market. And with no control of that high ground spot, utilizing the staircase, it was a little bit tough. You could see that Captain Kazi originally, and I do believe that Mock as well, tried to push through from inside of the theater, but they just couldn't really establish the control, especially with Mock dying like that in that situation. Captain Kazi was able to find that kill, but he tried to rendezvous with his teammate, which is not a bad plan, but knowing what the members of SHOPERBRO like to do in this particular instance, it's going to be a bit of a tough one for them, and I do believe that one of the players have crashed, and this might lead to a possible rehost if they do call for it. Oh wait, no, he's back already. Can he join in? Oh yes, he can. Good. That was a little bit scary for a second.
Yeah, now what you want to have in a grand final moment as the second round begins. That might have, even fried a little bit of their adrenaline move. Oh,
what?
Oh, he's gone again. This is not good.
Locate and defuse
That's
the bomb.
scary. He's joined back, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get himself into the game now.
He didn't. He just barely missed the window. The round started. It's gonna be a 4v5.
I think he's in.
Is he?
Or is he invisible man?
Oh,
Nope, he's
oh,
actually in.
he's good. We're good, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, nothing's gonna get in the way. But that was a little close to call. Not gonna lie. The side of Rancor, they would have liked that 45 advantage. You never know, but they are going to carry on regardless as they're moving in towards the second floor. A lot of repels coming in the drone to clear out the market. And I believe it's Savage who's walking through that area. Mock opens up the CG charge, uses the flashbang to get inside, but falls back.
No, he doesn't know.
Just yet. Oh, but from behind though, Deep Joel, okay, taken down by Fatar. Mock is trying to go for a trade. He's trying to find the kill back for his team, but he's got to fall back. He doesn't want to lose out any more lives, but oh no, Potato's gone again. It's not good. Not good. 4v5 comes in, but Hasib, he's going to be a good positioner lurking in at the shadows and takes down another player. 3 versus 4 now. Potato up joins, but I don't think he is in the game right now. He should have been despawned at that point.
They're missing a couple of these key shots, and that's what's really hurting them. The members of SHOPERBRO had a very significant advantage here with Captain Ghazi being the last one alive. They're not really playing together as a team as much, and their information game has been a little bit shaky here. The members of Rancor not really playing like their usual selves, while SHOPERBRO are just running away with a lot of these fights. They need one more round on this attack side to really just make this one work. Drop down from the top end, and it's going to be Captain Ghazi who just couldn't really finish off that kill, and instead it's going to be a trade of Taha. Captain Ghazi, they do get a PC each, but for the members of SHOPERBRO, they get one more added onto their overall score count. And on this 0-2 scoreline, the pressure is now mounting because they start to understand that, hey, this stage of the game, anything could happen. And with Rancor pretty much fighting tooth and nail just to get one round for themselves, because if they do get that one round, at least on the defensive side, they have a pretty good shot of getting it up to 4. Because on Showtime, it is a map that is a little bit more balanced on the attack and on the defense. Knowing 0 hour as a game, it's still gonna be a pretty defensive-sided foothold.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get through this really rough patch before they enter into the defensive end, where they will have some more positionings to work with, and better knowledge of the map could mean they come up with some interesting plays. But for now, SHOPERBRO, they're utilizing the full advantage of the defensive end, and that is something that the side of Rancor will need to work through, and hopefully make the most of it on their defensive end as well. But regardless, right now the advantage is belonging to the end of SHOPERBRO with this 2-0 lead, and they're maintaining pretty solid map control overall in the entirety. They're holding on to the markets really well, lurking quite effectively, popping up from behind, surprising these players from Rancor, not really expecting these fights early on. Again, inside the halls while they're being passive near the objectives. Good crossfires, good utilities. Overall, SHOPERBRO, they're being a solid team. And that's what you love to see. We knew that they had that capability. It's just that they had a tough time pulling it off in a lot of these maps. And despite showing promising signs early on in the tournament, it was not just working out for the most part. But regardless, Hasib, he's going to go for an aggressive push, and he's going to get another. He's going to find 2 in a matter of seconds. Rancor, we're not expecting it. Mock trades out Taha, but already a massive amount of damage has been done. And they haven't even set foot. It's barely been 30 seconds.
And this roof position is also very difficult to break into. The team just is a
Oh
little
my
bit
lord,
too isolated in so many of these fights. Zaza is going to be able to take out one, but the grenades now being thrown across from either side. They're just not able to find much of a catch here. Difficulty in the overall positioning as the last 2 members of Rancor trying to salvage and pick up those pieces. Having Mock being one of those players is a little bit of a saving grace, but knowing what's on the opposite side, the members of SHOPERBRO are of course going to be at a very significant advantage, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to be ready for that duel. Mock is going to be able to get that kill. Little bit of damage being done over towards him. Knows the position of one of the players here. It's all up to Captain Ghazi to try and maybe find the isolation for this duel. He's not going to be able to get it. He does fall, and Captain Ghazi Giving away his life like that is going to be a huge problem for them. But Mog still alive and kicking, flash in hand to possibly go in for this clutch. Knows the isolation for both of these fights. He spots out the player, but Hasib is just way more faster on the trigger. This is his world and this is his market. And he is the one who sets all of the prices. As the members of Rancor, they take a pretty hefty loss when they try to make that purchase. And it's going to be SHOPERBRO who take the one away from them. 3-0 for the first initial half. It's Rancor. They now need to play catch up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot, pretty much an uphill fight coming up, but Rancor on the defensive end will have a lot more utility to work with the map knowledge and everything. They are in a prime position to take back these 3 rounds, but again, 3 rounds it's just an extent that you don't really want to see on the first map. You never want to give away all 3 of your rounds, be it on attack or defense. Getting one back is critical, and that just maintains your momentum. It keeps you a lot closer in the race, and makes it easier for you to come back. You know, just win 1 round possibly. If you're going into defense, just hold on and hunker down, play the bunker strategy, and play passively. It's gonna be enough to get you onto that 2-2 scoreline. But 3-0 is something that really sets the momentum against your favor. And despite their map knowledge and despite their capabilities and everything, we can see that it's just taking a massive hit on the players of Rancor. And I believe that they are still very much ready for whatever the side of SHOPERBRO brings, despite the disadvantage. It's gonna be a tough move to make, just based on the sheer numbers. And with 15 seconds left on the preparation phase, Zaza, I think he is gonna go for some spawn peaks, maybe repay the favor that SHOPERBRO did early on. But I love to see it though. SHOPERBRO, they are diversing the strats. Again, a lot of these rounds weren't really boiling down to strategies, but the gunfights that they're taking, the timings, it's working out massively. The trade play, it's clean, absolutely clean, and really well executed for the most part, is what I'm trying to say. But as the action phase begins, we are going to see the side of SHOPERBRO that can move in towards the objective, maybe aware of these early spawn peaks, and being careful near the windows, near the doorways, not willing to give away any of the early lives of their players. I want to see what the plan is coming up to this first stacking round. They are going to rappel up towards the top floors, maybe go down from the top. We are going to see the drones come in as well. You always love to see a drone. It's always necessary to have that drone player in hand. Gather that early intel and allow your teammates to move in with that information in hand. First fight coming in. Tahar finishes him off, but it's a trade. Mog gets one, throws a nade at the last second. That's going to be enough to get that trade back. 4 versus 4. SHOPERBRO already have a low player, Hasib. He took some damage. I believe he got engaged in a fight. Forced to go back to 65 HP. The team, they don't stop. They're going to still slowly work their way through the sites. But Captain Kazi is going to get a kill onto Hasib, finishing him off. 3 versus 4. Another follow-up onto Fatar by Deepjol. And looks like the defensive end could be a little imbalanced. The side of Rancor, despite not losing, not winning out on a single round, they are going to be able to get things going in their favor. They do try and bring it back, though, but an unfortunate issue. Potato disconnects again, leaving his teammate in a 1 versus 3. They gotta get that sorted out, though. You don't want to see that in a grand final situation. Now forced to play all alone against Lil Zazdag and Savage. And they're all just gonna hold near the objective. No need to even go for this fight. Deepjol's already on the lurk, so they're in a good position, Clog. Looks like he's not happy about this.
This is a little bit of an issue as the members of SHOPERBRO now. I think this is just an unofficial timeout for them as Clog. I don't think he has much of anything that he can do here to try and bring this one back, but...
Can't respawn, can he? He won't.
No, really?
No, he's not gonna come back. The rounds are officially a 1v3 at this point. No point of turning back. Maybe just give it a shot.
Yeah, I
Take your
think
best
this is a
shot.
rough one for Potato Whopper, though. I think he's having internet connection issues. That's why he's just constantly disconnecting.
You hate
This
to
is
see it.
Bangladesh after all. What can he do about it, right?
You hate to see it. Camera should give away the
Oh,
position of Clog, but he gets one onto Lil Zaza. A very interesting crossfire being held all the way down near the objective. He's now standing a chance to this fight. Maybe winning this will give his team a massive advantage. Mock decides to pull a potato. I don't know what's happening. What's happening? Is this orchestrated? Are they messing with us? Hope not. Clog, regardless, in a 1v2, he's gonna be on the higher floors, slowly working his way through. Might be ideal to push in towards the second floor. He might avoid the flank for the most part, but Savage, he's still gonna show up down from the bottom and try and deny the defusal. If his teammate dies out, that's Deep Joel, who's in that hall itself. Really, really interesting crossfire. Potato's back. We'll be happy to know that he's not the only one. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. He's gonna have to clear out all these rooms. He doesn't know where any of the players are. We had a bit of a disconnect in the round overall. Drops down to the lower floor, and they're ready for him. He does get a trade,
Yikes.
though. He still gets a kill. He gets the kill, but the kill back is what cost them. Rancor now playing a 4v5 as we see Mock not be connecting yet. Still has 40 seconds on the clock. Point is, Rancor winning their first round. 3-1's the score line, but again, it was a really messy round with the disconnects and everything. SHOPERBRO unable to really capitalize on those trades in the early stages. We saw Rancor coming in with some very aggressive peaks. Not really deterred because of that first half. Not really deterred by that clean 3-0 by SHOPERBRO. They took their fights. They stayed on their game plan, and that worked out for the most part. They were in a massively advantageous situation for the entirety of the round.
This is gonna be another big one for them if Rancor. Hopefully, Mock is gonna be able to reconnect. Yes, he does. So, already the end of the world for this particular round. As thankfully, this is one of those games that do allow you to reconnect here in the middle of the prep phase. So. That's good overall, as Rancor not going to be playing at a man disadvantage, but the disadvantages will still keep on mounting up. As SHOPERBRO, they're making a lot of these rounds a lot more closer than it should be, and it's very much apparent as initially we can tell that SHOPERBRO are, a little bit of a better position, I would say, for this attack side for a couple of these rounds, but you can tell that Rancor are just getting away just because they have that aim to do so. They're able to take those swings, and swinging into their opposition is very crucial here because we have seen that SHOPERBRO, if they're the ones who are allowed to swing into you, they're at such a significant advantage in so many of these fights. And time in and time out, every single fight that we have seen Rancor lose were the fights that where SHOPERBRO took that initiative and took that fight first.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of the things that they are going to try and pull off. As we move in to the second round attacking for the side of SHOPERBRO. I do want to see them maybe be a little bit more ready for these gunfights because it feels like they had a plan going in. They were clearing out these rooms. They were clearing out the compartments leading up towards the objective, and now maybe considering Rancor, they're a little bit more centralized towards the objective for the most part. We do have lurkers here and there, but I believe SHOPERBRO, they're aware that you're going to use out the drone, already putting the pressure on this top player. Clog using utilities, trying to flush him down, trying to get him out of that spot as the drone is going to come in maybe to give him that information. As the repels come in, Asib, he doesn't want to give away any unnecessary kills as they repel up. Ooh, that was not the cleanest climb up there. Easy kill from Deep Joel. He's gonna get another one. Lil Zaza, it's all gone to shambles. They're all losing lives left, right, and center. Ready for the last one for third, but he's gotta get more. 4 more to be specific. And they know where he is. They are rushing out on out of the second floor balcony to get him. They know his position after he got that first kill. He's got to find 4 more. 2 needs to become 7. for his kill count. Fatar moving up to try and deny Rancor this comeback run. This is how potent the defensive end of this map is. If you can pull it off, if you have that map knowledge, if you have the understanding of the superior positionings, you can do some massive, massive plays. And even though SHOPERBRO, they are a very, very strong team who are ready for these plays.
Oh my god, okay.
Who are ready for these plays. They got overwhelmed there, but Fatar, he might be pulling it off here. 50 HP though is gonna be the factor. He's got a flash, he's got a nade, he's got all he could ask for. But again, HP compared to 3 more players alive. Also, the cam information being given away. They're all holding near the objective. Is going to be a tough gunfight. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's going to be a hard one. The wallbang's coming. Good positioning there. Doesn't see the player. Mock ready for him. Uses the Falcon to finish the job. That was a tough fight to take, but he's going to try it regardless. 3-2 as Rancor on a bit of a comeback run. And trying to get the score back on even terms.
This is going to be a little bit of a surprise, to say the very least. The members of SHOPERBRO are just dropping like flies in a lot of these fights. They're not able to get a good read on where the members of Rancor are playing, and that's kind of what it's like, right? On that defensive side, as Rancor are just showcasing their prowess as a team.
Yeah, they definitely are, utilizing the defensive end. The great culmination of trade work, aggressive peeking, and whatnot.
Use the planning table to find
Doing
the
a
bomb.
very effective job on Showtime defense. Making this map work in their favor to get back that scoreline that they've been chasing. But again, remember, if we end this half again on a 3-3, SHOPERBRO go back onto the defensive end, and if they win clean with a clean slate again, as they did in their first half, 5-3s on the cards for them to take this first map. And again, I cannot emphasize anymore the importance of that first map comfort going into any series, be it a best of 3 or a best of 5. It's vital for you to take that first map. Going into the second, knowing that you have a clean slate, you have this cover,
Deploying
this
in
cushion
10
that's
seconds.
providing you cover. Just whatever happens in the follow-up maps. But in an ideal world, SHOPERBRO do take one round on
Located
their
the bomb.
attacking end as the action phase kicks off. They would love to take this next one in their favor, build up some momentum and recover from the last couple of rounds that have been quite chaotic. You know, we've had some disconnects, we've had some really coordinated plays from Rancor that's really catching the players of SHOPERBRO off guard. Overall, they are utilizing the utilities well. They're being careful about these things. They're aware of the map, and third, the awareness is there. Mock taken off the board with an early wall bang. He spotted those utility throws, and he knew exactly where he was to get that first initial kill. That's going to give them some advantage going into the next ones. But again, you can really never count on the rest of these players. Already Taha facing some resistance. He's going to try and head up from this ground floor up the stairs, but facing some issues. Drone is being deployed again to help him out. Spots the objective room. Drone disposed of. But so far, the plays I'm seeing, the coordination, we're seeing them face resistance on either end, either doorway. Already a drone is there to assist. He's going to have teammates as well. Eyes on the objective, Taha. He knows that there are going to be players on that second floor hall. Now it's up to the rest of the team to try and make life a little bit more difficult for these defenders. Pressurize them into fights, making the objective a little bit more clear. Can they do it as a question? 4 minutes still on the clock. Plenty of time. It looks like they're spreading themselves across the map quite well to try and take these fights.
This is not the best positions for them either. Hasib in a good angle of his own, and they're trying to work their way into the map. But the thing is, you can tell that a lot of their members have yet to really break through, and understandably so. It's a bit of a dangerous fight for you to take here, as the members of Rancor are just able to have a good foothold on the entire map. Even though this is a 4v5 situation, SHOPERBRO can't really go willy-nilly into the map, and understandably so. And none of the members of Rancor are really giving any gunfights away either. It's a tough position, but I do believe that Taha could be that first line of contact on that rappel. They need this kill, and this is going to be a very crucial one for them to find as well. But it's all going to be dependent on this first engagement. You can tell that Fatar, he's in the line of sight, he's in towards the angle, while the members of Rancor are just playing this one slow. They're playing for the time, and this is a very stark contrast to what the team generally does. They understand how important this round is for them, because to go towards match point like this will pretty much demolish their chances of trying to even go for the comeback.
Things taking off for Rancor. Captain Kazi with a couple of good kills, making this a 3v4. Traders there, though, from the side of SHOPERBRO, but again, disadvantage man count-wise. And that's going to leave a lot of these players really walking in blind without any support. These are going to be down in the ditches, but Clog, he's aware, and he's going to one onto Zaza. The trade is instant, though. Savage on the other end gets the kill onto Taha, making this a 2 versus 3 again. They need to pull off a massive kill right here. Fatar baits out the peak. He knows there's a player there, and he's going to get a shot. What a nice gunfight from his end. And that's going to give him the advantage. Not the advantage, at least the equalization. 2 versus 2 to try and end up on match point. Series point. Not series point, sorry, map point. What am I saying? I'm just that just caught me off guard. I haven't seen a shoulder peak that clean in this game for a while. You know,
that's all the skills. That's all the skills coming in from another tactical shooter.
It's a thing on the other one. I'm having flashbacks, honestly. From those Emerald players really just making life a living hell, but they're gonna make it work. They're gonna utilize whatever capabilities they have. Still, it's a 2 versus 2. A minute and 30 on the clock, though. When did that time go by? They need to get to the objective really, really quickly. This clock, he's
and
still...
mind you, they need to defuse
Yeah.
actually as
Need to
well,
defuse at this
because
point.
now the defuse timer is going to be ticking in. So there's like a lot of really big things that they need to worry about here. Yeah, and Zero, you have 6 minutes to mount up an attack, but those 6 minutes can pass away in the blink of an eye if you're not careful. But oh my god, Fatar,
he's
you
so
were
good.
expecting it. He's actually
good.
expecting it. And also the position of the last player as
they
well.
know.
Positions revealed, and Rancor, they could possibly lose out on this round. Savage, though, does find the kill. Those the exact possession of the last
no!
and they trade each other out, and no one is
it?
there to defuse.
Who gets
This
it?
round is theirs. No one's there to defuse. Rancor, they take this one away. The timer's just gonna tick away now up till the very end. I don't believe that we have seen a situation like this in the entirety of the Asia Showdown. This is the first time we were seeing it. That's why the timer's glitched out.
I mean, pretty much the issue is, I believe that at this point, someone needed to go to defuse. The timer will tick down regardless of whoever's alive or not, unless, of course, a Rancor come in with a clean elimination from the end of SHOPERBRO. But what happened is that now that the defuse is supposed to go down the side of SHOPERBRO, they're going to have to let the timer pass by. So that means that, you know, as the timer ticks down, the defuse won't come in because no one's alive. That's the round's gonna go in the favor of Rancor, and I believe it sucks. There could have been the round that they needed to really bring that momentum back after a very rough attacking half. They needed that round to slowly build themselves back into the game and start things off with the side of with a 4-2 scoreline with map point on their hands. But unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case. SHOPERBRO, they're gonna have to play a 3-3 scoreline. Oh man, that was rough. And I think if Fatar was a little patient, we did see the reload coming in from his teammate. I believe it was Clog. If Fatar was a little bit patient in that scenario, they could have maybe gone for a double peak, and maybe that could have gone a very different way. But again, what's done is done. No point bothering in the hypotheticals at this point, but regardless, it's a 3-3 scoreline. SHOPERBRO back on defense and aggressive, knowing what happened in that first half. they are in a prime position to take this first map if they can pull it up again.
Absolutely. Build up on the advantages and just keep the ball rolling into your court. That's exactly what the members of Rancor really need to do here on this attack side. I know it's going to be difficult. I know it is going to be tough for them, but okay, Hasif, that's an invisible camera. Wait a goddamn second. I forgot that that is a spot here in this particular map. And if I remember properly, that is one camera that can actually see through the wall. So, oh boy,
Oh
Rancor,
no,
you're in for a little bit of a fun
a
time.
camera that can see through walls. What, are we in hotel trouble? Hotel room issues?
Shut up.
Hey, if you've ever been in a conspiracy theory rabbit hole while before going on a trip, you've been there. Does my hotel room have
Shut up.
cameras?
Shut up.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna shut up. Aggressive? It's the grand finals. You gotta keep that blabbering going on. But now I will, divert my blabbering to the fact that, ladies and gentlemen, just a friendly reminder. It's you
80%
know what?
off.
It's not a friendly reminder. It's a very aggressive reminder from Aggressive. 80% off for the game of 0 Hour. If this is the action that you have been seeking out, if this is the action that has been getting your blood pumping throughout the tournament, get the game right now for the best price. And trust me, we might see you in the next installment of these 0 Hour tournaments. The game is still, despite the teams making massive improvements, there's still a lot of ironing out need to be done. These attacking setups, these can get really rough. We do see the shield coming in from Mock though. He's gonna try and utilize it to the best. He's already taken a few shots. The outside of Rancor are aware of a positioning that there are players up and about trying to take these fights. Drones come in. Can't really go far. All the doors are shut down. A bit of an aggressive push from the players of SHOPERBRO. We did see the prompt enemy has left the building. Means they're going for these fights on very forward grounds. Again, Mock shield taking a heavy toll. They're gonna try and open up this door for him to walk in. Charge comes in. Mock, he's gonna slowly move in towards the room, towards that other hall. Clear it out. They're aware though of these aggressive positionings. They're aware of the forward pushes that SHOPERBRO are pulling off. But so far they haven't really made a dent on that very strong defense. They haven't got a kill yet. They haven't done damage. Again, utilities have been used up to make minimal progress. The only thing they have going for them is that they've got their entry point down and they're slowly moving towards the OBJ, but surely they're gonna have to try and take a little bit more initiative. Get into these fights a little bit more aggressively. So I'm gonna clear out these rooms. He's gonna show up as of now, but Fatar, the timing's good from the stairs. He's gonna find the first kill. Taking down Captain Kazi, and that's the early advantage inside SHOPERBRO needed. Oh, yeah, I don't know if you saw that. Mog just phased through the wall and disconnected. Savage gets a follow-up trade though, keeps this in their favor, but again, it's still a 4v3 for the side of Rancor. Down in the ditches, as they are going to be playing with a man disadvantage. They are holding outside the halls though, but again, they're going to have to be a little bit more proficient on these gunfights if they want to make this disadvantage work.
This is gonna be a little bit of a tough one for them. 3v4 now. Losing out on your shield player in a round like this is where really gonna cause some problems. Asib has one of those nerd angles that you always hear about, but you don't want to face off against.
That's a headshot angle as well.
Yeah.
If his reaction's quick enough, he's gonna get possibly 2 kills.
Hey, this 30-year-old man has a meaningful reaction time. Oh,
the awareness. I think they heard him though, but Clog gonna come up with the flank. Mock rejoins, but I don't think he's in the game as he spawned. Showing up on the map, but he's not really in that room as of now. It's gonna be a tough fight anyways, even though they haven't the advantage. Aggressive Rancor, you're gonna have to really bust their way into this hall, which they have.
Oh.
What am I looking at? Is
I
the
don't think they
contrast
saw
coming in?
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
through the smoke, Savage makes it work. Now they have a chance.
Oh,
What?
shot,
From
Zaza.
where? From where? The flank comes in, and the diffuse is good. They're not going to be ready for it. The awareness isn't there as the diffuse comes in, and Rancor take the lead. Shopper
You
Bro
can see the adaptation too. Like, Kirito, remember in that last round what happened when they were going up on this particular side? They actually sent Zaza around from the main entrance to walk up in towards theater. In comparison, this was a stark contrast to what happened to them in the round that they lost in this exact same site. Because it was Captain Kazi and I do believe that Mok that went in from the two sides of the market to try and converge onto the hostage zone. And then it left one portion of the map completely isolated. Zaza remembered this. That's why he set himself up those wide stairs and in towards the building to catch out both of those players. And and the members of SHOPERBRO, they were thinking like, hey, we have the high ground, we have the advantage. But no, Rancor, the adaptability that they've showcased in this round just gave them that lead that they needed. Now they're sitting at match point.
They're going to be sitting pretty with one round needed. Shopper was still on the defensive end, and yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Learning throughout the game is definitely a trait that Rancor have been displaying. Now the pressure for the first time in this map turns onto SHOPERBRO, as they are going to be at a disadvantage. Again, moving in towards that cinema hall objective. Taking position on the upper floors. I believe they need to be a little bit more... you know, just being a little slower in these fights, especially in those 3v3 scenarios or the 3v3 scenarios. Oh no. Oh no, Clog disconnects, but I think he has 20 seconds to come back. Not what you want to see at a map point situation. We don't have a pause timer, my guy.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit tough.
Oh, he's
do
back
believe
in the
that
nick of... Yeah, he's back with 3 seconds to spare. He should be in the
Does he even
game.
load in? Yes, he does.
He should. He should load in. He'll eventually load in. He even takes his position up on the balconies in the third floor. But Rancor, they're going to move into the attack. The momentum is going to be high. They're going to be near the objective early on. Maybe have a couple of players push up towards those second floors to take care of the players holding the high ground. But they're already working their way inside. Not wasting any time. Want this first map under wraps. Finishing it off. Getting it in the bag. That's what they're trying to do.
So I need to wait and see where they're gonna go with this one too, as you can tell. A little bit more of a dicier spot to say the least, as members of Rancor sitting in match point is not what SHOPERBRO really expected. And if Rancor they want to win this, they have to win it on the attack side. No defensive side to give them an advantage here. While SHOPERBRO, they still have 2 more rounds that they can play for. Slow and steady wins the race for them. Repel's now coming through. They're taking a lot more of those safer avenues in comparison to what we generally see from the side of Rancor. They're taking it slow and they're taking it steady. And because of that zone to give them ample amounts of information, it's all about timing at this point. That first initial kill is what will really dictate the pace of this entire game moving forward from now on.
They're gonna have to see how they work this out. Tactical shotgun in the hands of Mok. Makes life difficult for Taha, but Hasib, he's gonna go for the trade onto Captain Kazi. 4v4. Maybe turn the tide down a little bit. Maybe go for some of the passive plays that have worked out massively in those market areas. The lurking capabilities that the side of SHOPERBRO have is something that Rancor hasn't fully adapted to. They're needing some exceptional map awareness from players like Savage, who are being the entry points. Ooh, what is that? From where? When it? How it bullet go? It felt like he was shooting through the floors. Savage loses some HP and caught in surprise. Mok taken down. Hasib's gonna get that kill. Doesn't lose much HP either and give his team an even larger advantage, 4 versus 3. Savage, he's gonna fall back and maybe try and work his way towards the hallway alongside his teammate. Zaza's already holding a passive angle. He's gonna try and provide cover. The timing, wallbang gets him. He's opening the door, but the
Oh,
range.
trade.
Oh, gets one though. Gets the trade. Still a 2 versus 3, and I know SHOPERBRO are thinking, guys, slow it down. No need to take any more fights. Savage, he's already hurt. Already low on HP. Not really low. He's got a lot to spare. 85 on the cards. But I believe regardless, they're gonna have to try and tune down the pace. Savage, he's gonna slowly work his way in towards the side. There is a player on that other side, on both sides of the doors. As soon as they get any indication that there are players inside there, they're gonna let their guns rip through these wooden doors. It opens up. Oh,
Good
Savage, he's
shot,
so quick. He's so quick. Nice shot. Getting that kill. And they're going to slowly work their way inside the side 2v2 situation, but he is going to be very low. Very low indeed. Potato nowhere. They're right outside. I think they're going to double execute this. Two players on each door, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. He's going to be caught in a tough spot. He needs to get one at least, turn into a 1v1 as Deep Jaw walks in. Potato gets the kill. He knows he's on the other side, but he's going to push through. Team kill comes in, and Deep Jaw's going to use to his advantage. No, what happened there?
Oh my god, Potato accidentally hit him! No way! He flicked onto Fatar thinking he was an enemy!
Not how you want the first map to end. Fumbling it at the very, very end. SHOPERBRO only good for their first half. That's where they got their 3 rounds. But Rancor bring it back. And they bring it back massively. But, oh no.
Not like this. Not like this.
On a map.
So.
On a map they needed.
So.
On a map they needed to get. On a map that should have been theirs. They were looking so good early on. Ah, that is not what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. As the first map of this grand finals, best of 5, going in favor of the side of Rancor. SHOPERBRO were looking absolutely immaculate in that first half, but it just doesn't work out. Some fumbles just absolutely throw the game sideways. We see the disconnects coming in, already making this a really rough time. And again, Rancor on that defensive end, making life so much more difficult for the players of SHOPERBRO. Their awareness, the way they adapt throughout the game, has not only put up that such massive of a threat towards the end of SHOPERBRO. Again, it's just intensifying and boiling down to this amazing series where SHOPERBRO, they're going to be down in the ditches after that. It's going to be a rough post-match talk going into the next one. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. We're going to be heading into Breaking Meth soon. But before we do go again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Get the game right now because it's 80% off on all platforms. And this will help you kickstart your career into Zero. Again, if you're not really into the competitive play, that's fine. We still have, the co-op modes, the realistic tactical shooter perspectives coming in as well. So if you're into that, again, still a prime opportunity for you to get the game. But we are going to go into that short break. And after this very hectic first game, Rancor are going to be in the lead 1-0 in the best of 5. And we're going to have to find out, is Breaking Meth the map where SHOPERBRO are going to bring it back? Or will Rancor extend the lead to take it to series point? With that being said, let's go into the break. And we're going to be back really soon with more 0-hour action for you as we carry on with the grand finals. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Zero Hour Asia Showdown. Grand Finals is underway. We're going into the second map very soon after what was a very chaotic, not in the sense of the game, but everything else that was happening alongside it. Quite chaotic first map. If you talk about the game, it actually was a really fun game. Both sides playing the trades, playing the utilities really well. Not many, complaints from our end from how they need to play overall. It was just a lot of unfortunate events, especially the very first map. If you're a Shopper Bro fan, you gotta be a little bit you gotta be a little mad after that. I'm gonna give it to you guys. But you'll get used to it, like me, if you play with aggressive enough. But
What?
regardless, the
You're the one
point
who disappoints me
is
all the time in the
you're
game.
if you say so, bro, anything. If you just don't get me killed next time, all good. And to make it even better, as you can see on your screen, the game is gonna be 80% off on all platforms. Get it into your libraries, get it into your inventories. Whether if you want to go for the co-op tactical experience, or you want to get yourself into the esports scene and show up against these teams on your screen right now, show up against these players and show them how it should be done. We're all out
Mhm.
here sitting pretty, always, yelling into our screens, do this, do that. You should have done that. Why'd you do this? Go and do it yourself. You know, bring the fight to them. But regardless, we are gonna go into the next one, which is gonna be breaking Meth. Attack is being done by SHOPERBRO for the first half and Rancor on the defensive side. Now this map's gonna be interesting because both sides have definitely shown potency. We saw SHOPERBRO in the the lower grand finals against Online Dogs, being quite efficient on this map, and basically proving me wrong, considering the fact that we expected them to be kind of weaker on the newer maps, maybe not as strong, in keeping up with the meta, keeping up with how the scene is going down. That's why they might have come up with a lot of the older picks in the tournament overall. The older maps like Residential House, Hotel Trouble, Critical Response, that we've seen them be proficient in. But a pleasant surprise from our end is that they definitely have a lot of map knowledge. They definitely have a lot of strategies and protocols going into the map as we start the action phase. I'm interested to see if this translates into this game again as well against the team like the side of Rancor, who are more or less one of the most efficient, one of the most strategically sound teams in the series, and starting off an
In this
attack
particular
as
map as
well.
well.
Yeah, especially on this map, the studying that they've done will definitely be a challenge for the side of SHOPERBRO. And to add on the fact that they were on attack on the first half might make it a little difficult for them, but they're gonna give it their best shots. Drone's already underway. Potato is gonna help his team clear out some of these initial floors and initial rooms as they're gonna work their way inside. Rancor, they are gonna, more or less concentrate themselves in the basement while they have that one lurker. I have my suspicions on who it is on the second floor. Could be a certain feisty individual. And Fatar seems like he's
Absolutely.
aware of it. He's gonna work his way into the site slowly. Drone's already cleared out a lot of rooms still. You can't be too careful as they're gonna work their way up and clear out these higher floors. Slowly make them their presence known. Again, it's just you're looking at the player icon, and I'm like expecting to see some kind of a move being made. Because Rancor, despite them being a very proficient team, they make their crazy plays every now and then, and that just adds to their proficiency, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh. Is that a flashlight?
I don't believe. I think he
Yeah,
accidentally picked up on the flashlight. Yeah, that's a flashlight on the
you
barrel
should
right there. I think
know.
that was a complete accident getting picked up, but that's completely fine and dandy because again, like they are gonna have the drones, they're gonna have the amount of utility that they do need. And starting off on the defensive side, you can tell the members of Rancor they're taking things a lot more slower than they generally do here for this particular map, and that's understandably so because they don't want to give a lot of the risk away. Taking that first initial map was pretty much a saving grace for them, because that round that they did win should not have happened. Even you know that, game though, because
Yeah.
that one round pretty much just put a damper on a lot of their plans. But for this particular instance, that's not going to be the case. Hasib here is going to be the first one to open up the kill. Zaza again tried to overstay his welcome on a couple of these angles, and he's going to get shut down because of it. As Rancor now at a man disadvantage, but don't forget, on the defensive side on this particular map, a man disadvantage, yeah, it's going to be painful, but it doesn't mean as much as it would if you were on the attack side to do it.
Especially down in the basement, it's gonna be such a rough funnel for them to walk in. Utilities being used up, trades come in, 76 from the block, the left back, and a fall off from Deep Joel. Captain Kazi is gonna go into the action as well, and it keeps going back and forth, leaving Taha into a 1v2. But the aggressive peak, the timing's not good. He was ready for it, but he pushes in at the wrong time. Mock to get that first round confirmation, 1-0. And Rancor, it was a little bit close, I'm not gonna lie, it all boiled down to the gunfights near the basement, but I don't think SHOPERBRO will be too upset with it. It's only the first round, it's only their attacking half, so they're gonna get as much as they can. That should be the point. They're not gonna over pressure themselves to get a lead early on, although they wouldn't mind it. They're going to try their utmost on the defensive end, especially in a map like this where they have good knowledge and good, understanding of the angles. Rancor, they're going to try and get a clean slate as much as they can going into the next round. Already a 1-0. And despite a first rough start with that first initial kill onto Zaza, the reorganization was good and pretty much, solidifies your point that first man disadvantage isn't going to be that big of a factor on some of these sites on a map like this.
It's more like the statistical reference that we can make as well, right? That even when you're on the defensive side, unless you lose out on two of your players, you're not really in that big of a disadvantage, especially on a map like Breaking Meth that's not that big. You just have a couple of key power positions that you generally need to worry about, and if you have full control of those spots, your opponents just can't really do much to you, right? If you have good control over onto Spiral Staircase, and if you're able to get a good crossfire setup from the side of the roof as well, the player outside the Spiral Staircase can't really fight into you. Mock's already playing towards the bottom floors near Red Room, so it's kind of tough for the members of SHOPERBRO to, get that one kill and be like, hey, we can push into the map. No, you can't really do that, because one of the players that you generally will kill, if he's not going to be the player that's playing in that power position, you're not really playing at a very significant advantage. You're actually playing at a disadvantage, where your opponents, they're the ones who have now found out your position and your overall game plan of how you want to go in for an attack.
Yeah, and when they know that they're going to go on the full offensive and react accordingly, since the kind of team Rancor is, especially with that first map advantage going in, their momentum's going to be at an all-time high. I'm just waiting for an aggressive peek. I believe it may be coming. Gonna be a showdown there. First floor initially cleared out with the drone, I believe, and they're gonna try and carry on with their protocols, move into these upper floors, and slowly work their way down. Especially now that the bomb is on the second floor, access to the roof is gonna be critical, and that does provide some really tight angles onto that onto those balcony doors and windows. So even on the rappel to the other side of the building, you can spot out a lot of these positionings and maybe catch players off guard. We've seen players like Fatar and Taha find immense value out of these angles. Taha this time is taking a bit of a different approach from these lower floors. He's aware that there's a player down here, but Deep Joel though with the first kill with the nade onto Hasib. It's going to be a good way to start this second round off. Already at a disadvantage. SHOPERBRO, they're ready for this fight. But Rancor, they don't want to give it. They already have the advantage and they're not going to try and lose it. Taha though almost caught out by a run out. Oh, Clog disconnected. 3 versus 5 situation as of now. Not the best start. C2 charges coming in as Taha opens up the door below him. He's aware of that lurk, potential now. He's gonna try and go down maybe, but he's caught between two mines. He's aware of some of the peaks that might come in from the other side window. But he's also scared of the players up top. Fog has rejoined, but I don't
Oh
believe he's gonna spawn. Mog gets one more on Taha, who's been facing some issues trying to
Is he
walk in
behind
with
the
this
door?
angle.
Wait,
He's behind the
it's behind
door.
the door. Well, I did.
Behind the door.
How do you clear that if you don't pre-fire it? If you don't really expect that position, there's no way in hell you're going to be able to clear that one out. SHOPERBRO just getting completely cheesed on by the members of Rancor, and that's understandably so. Breaking Meth is their favorite map for a reason. The map where I've done the most practice on. It's very much apparent here for this setup to really work out. Being tossed in, pretty much all of the angles being given away. Potato offer, good for one kill. Looking for the last here, possibly behind the door. They do know the exact position as Rancor now. They're gonna take a back seat. Knowing them, they're not gonna try to overly aggress onto any of these spots, but at the same time, they can do so as well. They're a very unpredictable team. I don't think anything that I say will ever make sense when it comes down to them.
It seems to know. You seem to know a lot. Wait. Does that work?
Nah, shut up.
Does that work? Does that work? What?
No,
why,
it doesn't work.
why
Yeah, it works. It works actually.
works.
It leads directly to the bottom floor. It goes through the ventilation and can possibly kill a player that's sitting inside of the room.
Does the nade stay, clicking for that long though?
No, because you toss it in, right? As soon as it goes down, it immediately pops.
Well, we'll maybe find a situation where someone gets a kill through that someday. But the point is, round not going in favor of SHOPERBRO. A disconnect from Clog doesn't help either. But yeah, unpredictable team at the very least. Rancor is definitely, it's they do always try and maintain their protocols, but it's every now and then, it's a trait in every esports. The teams might be biting off a little bit more they can chew. Nice insight from Aggressive. It's almost like he's in the team to be able to give ideas like that.
Will you ever just not?
What? I didn't say anything. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, for sure, buddy.
What you mean, brother? As we go into the prep phase for the third round, the final round of this first half, Rancor looking to go for a clean first defensive half. Again, holding aggressive positions. They're gonna try and maybe surprise some of these players, pushing in towards the towards this first floor. We have seen good patience from SHOPERBRO in clearing out these first floors. They use their drones really well. They are carefully walking in, aware of every window. But some of these angles can be really tight, and it doesn't help that they're facing connectivity issues, the entire team pretty much. I think at this point, 4 members have left, if I'm not wrong. We saw Clog face issues, Potato Hopper face issues. It's not a
There's
good
nothing really you
day.
can do about that, right? It's just
Get
the
it-
thing
get
that
outta
happens
here.
when you live in this country. Nothing really
Get
you
out of
can.
here.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for my plane ticket, sure.
I mean, they aren't gonna put you in economy. They're gonna put you in the cargo bay.
Cargo
so
bay.
That
Yeah,
might be viable. An actual investment if we call it, because getting you out of here, it's gonna benefit. Everyone's gonna benefit from that.
Of course.
That's me, guys, helper of the man of the greater man, finding out ways to come up with ways to assist. Support player moment, but the point is, it's gonna be a rough round for the side of SHOPERBRO if they don't get those early advantages in getting some initial kills and catching Rancor while they're trying to go for some really proactive positionings. We're already seeing them holding positions near some of these windows, trying to go for spawn peaks and whatnot. Already bringing down Taha to 29 HP and finishing him off. Zaza, he's gonna, I believe, either he wallbanged through the door or opened it up and surprised him. Regardless, early disadvantage for the attacking side, and that is a lot more, effective compared to the defensive end. If you lose a player on the defensive end, you can still, switch things up to a more slower roll. go into a defensive mindset and still hold on to the site relatively well. But the attackers, they definitely need all those utility pieces coming into their favor. Lil Zaza gets one more, not before he does get traded out though. It's gonna be an 3 versus 4 situation. SHOPERBRO still have to find an advantage. They're still looking for a way to get that player count even Stevens. They're expecting a player to be. Is this is this compound connected to the basement? I think it is, right?
Yeah. It's fully
Yeah.
connected, although they're every single spot, so it's gonna be tough because knowing Rancor and what the positions that they're playing for, Weister's control all being taken away, a little bit of a tough position. But Captain Kazi, he's been an unsung hero, I would say, for a lot of these rounds. He's been playing so well in so many of these engagements, and this is exactly what you want to see here, ladies and gentlemen. SHOPERBRO getting shut down at each and every turn. Last player already spotted, perfect angle coming in from Dimjal. He is just playing the game that he generally does. And ladies and gentlemen, the members of Rancor now looking to be absolutely indestructible. But they were on the defensive side, so let's not count our chickens before they had just yet, because now on the attack, they really need to prove their worth. Historically, they have struggled a little bit on this attack side, but seeing how comfortable they were on the defensive end, you can tell that Rancor is a team that really builds upon momentum. If they get around, they can consecutively get 2 more easily if you just allow them to do so and dictate the pace of a lot of these fights. SHOPERBRO, you can tell that they're having a tough time trying to reconvene themselves and get themselves back into the groove of things, because after what happened on the map of Showtime, it's very much apparent that they're having a little bit of a difficulty just trying to build upon a lot of the team play and synergy. They're taking a lot more solo plays, and those solo plays are very important.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a disarray after that first map on Showtime. That, you know, I'm still gonna say it's a very you know, it should have been theirs possibly at this and going into the second map. It could have been theirs, especially after the show up that they came up with in the first and second halves. Unfortunately, some mistakes were made, and the point is, it's a best of 5. And if anyone knows, it's these players in the server right now. They have been in the competitive scene. They know how the sports works, and they're aware of the nooks and crannies. Huh?
What happened?
Zaza's pointing out that you can't really place a cam there. I wonder how he knows.
Everyone knows.
How he see, bro. How he see. He's on the attacking end, if you're wondering why I'm so surprised. Zaza shouldn't be able to see what any of the defenders are doing. What? Mog just, like, you know, let's just throw a nade in here, and he gets a kill. Taha taken off the board. SHOPERBRO already at a man disadvantage, and I know, like I've been saying, that's not a big factor on the defensive end, but considering the state that SHOPERBRO is in, they're very disorganized at this point. And I feel like if their initial strategies don't work out, they have a hard time finding a plan B.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one for them. Already losing out on one of their key members early. Remember that was Taha, mind you. Taha's just gonna be a little bit of a difficult player to try and replace for a lot of these fights. Zaza already clearing out on those lower floors. Does have the camera. Oh, never mind. A little bit of a gymnastics move being done by one of the players of Rancor here. So I'm a bit surprised, but for now, the members of Rancor, they can just things as slow as they could possibly want. No real risk being involved for this engagement, as Log again disconnected in the worst possible time. Not like this. 3v5 now. Yeah, this is just a sad reality for the members of SHOPERBRO. They just can't catch a break.
You hate to see it happen. Regardless, they're gonna carry through with a round at a disadvantage of a 3 versus 5. Clog rejoins, but he won't be spawned into the round anymore, and you hate to see it happen in a grand final. It's just unfortunate, but they're gonna try and power through this as much as they can on their defensive end as well. Try and make these crossfires count, these cheeky angles work as much as they can. But again, Rancor, they're just taking their time to reorganize themselves before the storm, before they pop into the basement and rush through these stairwells. Fatard, though, he is in a good position to maybe get an initial kill. Can he get a second one is going to be the main factor. As the push is slowly coming in, the side of SHOPERBRO, they are gonna be put in a rough spot. He just vibe checked that player. He's just like, yo, and then he walks away. Monk with a couple initial kills, but Fatard, they line up. He's all alone. He's good for 2. His teammate does get one more before dying out, but he's aware that there's another player. The trade is good, Captain Kazi. Both of them holding tight angles, and it works out. And with that, another round going in favor of Rancor. They are in map point, trying to make this a 2-0 scoreline in the overall series. Again, reminder, it's a best of 5, so first to 3 wins. And looks like Rancor, they're going to be in a prime position to do that.
On this team, they're not going to be straying away from a lot of these gunfights either. They're just going to keep on taking it. And because of the advantage that they're constantly getting, because Poral Claw can't just stay inside of the server, it's an even more different problem, because there is a world where SHOPERBRO would be able to take a lot of these victories, but here in this particular instance, I really don't see how they're going to be able to do so without Clog being in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a disadvantage knowing your teammates not there. Again, despite that, they're struggling regardless. Having all 5 players on the cards was absolutely necessary. Despite all the rough instances and everything, they are gonna try and power through. Even if they lose out on this map, they're gonna have to try and reorganize themselves the best they can to perform a lot better in the 3rd map, which is gonna be Hotel Trouble, I believe. It's gonna be that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a while since we saw Hotel Trouble. If you remember anything, that map can get chaotic alongside very slow, because there are a lot of nooks and crannies, and overall, because of the hallways and crossfire potentials and everything, it demands the attackers being a lot slower, a lot more patient with their movement and clearing out these individual compartments before they move in. But that's going to be the story for another time, because we're still waiting to be done with this 2nd map, which might not be long, looking at the state of things. I mean, any bets on disconnects again this time? Aggressive, have a bet?
Nah, I don't think he's gonna disconnect at the last round.
It could
Be stuck
be.
up for you. Be stuck up for you.
All right, sure. Monopoly money on the cards. SHOPERBRO.
Monopoly money? I mean, an actual Vishtaka. I'm gonna Pikachu that thing. Up. Okay,
Oh, I'm not going for that, but good start from SHOPERBRO. They're gonna get 2 initial kills. They do lose out on one of their players, but they are being proficient in their gunfights, and in a matter of seconds, this is gonna be a 2v4 situation. Deepjol, he's gonna try and use Nate to push in, and oh, what a shot there while running down the stairs. He's gonna get the first kill. Aware of that second player positioning. I believe he saw a shoulder or something as the jiggle came in, and Savage is gonna be the health mouth. The shot was missed. Wallbangs connect, and Savage reacts accordingly. Low HP on Deepjol. He's gonna try and use that health stim to bring himself back up on to full health, or as much as he can at this point. Very much of a winnable situation. He is bucking out though. That shot did a number on him. But now they approach the hallway of doom. They're gonna have to work their way through this very carefully. A nice hold from Hasib, and Potato joins in as well.
Disconnect.
4-1. Yeah, they make it work. They keep themselves in the series, but again, it's an uphill battle. They need 3 more rounds to equalize. Rancor only need 1 to finish it off. It's going to be a tough one regardless. We knew it was going to be a tough one anyways, knowing the proficiency of Rancor in these maps. But again, I can't really give Rancor that much of a credit considering the issues that SHOPERBRO are facing. I mean, it's not just a disconnect. It's the fact that they are very disorganized. And when they lose out on the initial players, it seems like they don't have that, second man protocol to come in. That all right, let's maybe switch up our play, go through another avenue, or let's double down on that. Let's send in a couple more people to try and overwhelm that player. Maybe get a trade there. It seems like when they lose out on their first initial players, they just completely lose all sense of their strategy going into the rest of the round. And again, they are taking individual approaches. Again, not much team plays coming up from SHOPERBRO.
Yeah, the team play only shows up when they really need it, right? When it's a 3v4 situation or down over to a 3v5 and they really need to hunker down together as a squad. They're being forced into stuff like this. That's where the entire thing does end up, right? And in a lot of ways, it's just very difficult to say the very least. And for now, set plays and setups is where this team really needs to shine its brightest. But overall, let's just say, like, we can take a little bit of a gamble on who might be the ones to disconnect this time around. But how about this? I'll gamble you enough money just so that you can buy 0-hour, because at 80% off, it's cheap as dirt at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's enough for even aggressive to afford it at this point.
Exactly.
So if aggressive has it, how can you not? I mean, that's a massive disregard to your family.
Okay.
Hi, Captain Kazi spotted him out early on, and he just one-tapped him, I believe.
This is
Sir.
his world. Oh, look at the upside. Captain Kazi. He could just.
No! It's repelling! And Potato counter reacts. Oh my god, that was a meme moment and a half. Get that on clip right now. Chat, get it on clip. Reddit.
Jarvis, clip it.
Jarvis, clip it. Oh no. Alright, I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm not that guy. But Mark, he's gonna take a backseat as well. And what is happening this round? It feels like both teams hopped on the same VC and like, let's just meme around, bro. Oh, that nade kill, massive funsies. But Lil Zaza, he's still gonna remain patient, remain competitive, and he's able to react. Take down Hasib from the second floor onto the first. He's got a teammate to depend upon as well as he opens the door to try and walk in. On the other side, it's gonna be an opponent. He's trying to deny the entry. Visual entering to try and distract as well, throwing in some utilities to give room for Zaza to walk in. Visual under a lot of pressure. He's got to be careful, and Lil Zaza gets a kill onto Taha. That does open up the site.
Wow.
Doors opened up but clogged. The reaction is there. Zaza just lost connection to his mouse, maybe, bro. He was so slow on that instance, but it's still a 1v1. Low HP. Both players jump around the angles, jiggling the options. And the peek comes in. It's gonna be Deep Jaw. Claw didn't even have his gun out. Mock just lolls it out, and I can't even blame him. What was that peek coming in from Clog? Yeah, he wasn't even ready for a fight. It doesn't matter if he himself was. His gun wasn't even pointed downwards. And it's gonna be a 5-1 clean wash from the end of Rancor, making this a 2-0 scoreline in the overall best of 5. 1 away from taking the championship and keeping their titles and reputations intact of being the reigning champions as they are in Bangladesh. They are the most dominant team, and so far, that's exactly what they're doing. It's getting really hectic down here, but the third map, it is going to be Hotel Trouble, and I wonder if the side of Rancor actually have had any recent practice on it. We know that they definitely are proficient on it, but yeah, Hotel Trouble is a map that has not, the matches I've been in on the casters, as I have not seen it once this season. So I doubt if players are, actually practicing these older maps. Certainly SHOPERBRO have been. I believe it should be their pick, but it's a story that we're gonna find out after the break. Again, though, we are gonna be taking a break before we go into the third map. Rancor are in a 2-0 lead, so things are heating up. A lot of pressure boiling onto SHOPERBRO and their internet connections to keep themselves in this series. But before we do go, a little reminder, we are having 80% discounts for the game on all platforms. So if you want to get yourself on a stage like this in the future, this is the best time to kickstart your journey, ladies and gentlemen. Get that game in your libraries and start grinding so that I can see you in the next season of the 0 Hour tournaments. With that being said, we're going to take a shorter break as we go into the third map, which could be the final map for the side of Rancor. Who knows? We're going to figure it out after we're back from this really, really short break. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Zero Hour Asia Showdown. We are back for what could be the last time, possibly. Can't really confirm yet, but we are gonna go into game three of the series. The best of five for the grand finals is ongoing, and Rancor, they're already two up on SHOPERBRO, taking the first map on Showtime and carrying that momentum through on to breaking Meth. Now we're gonna walk into a bit of a nostalgia trip on the third map. It's going to be Hotel Trouble from way back in that first tournament that we did. And I believe it's going to be a bit of a shocker for a lot of these teams because they haven't really practiced that or even. I doubt if they've really played this map in this tournament at all. It is going to be interesting to see how they react to it. I believe SHOPERBRO, they still have good proficiency over it. That's why they're going for this pick. However, we do want to point out again that the game 0R is all 80% off on all platforms. So make sure you get it while it's cheap, you get it while it's exciting, because now we're having continuous esports events on 0 Hour. And even if esports competitive play is not your thing, you're more into the PvE stuff, that's still a valid option for you. You're going to be able to get that game at a very good price. But back to the tournament going, I mean, considering how everything has been going throughout this matchup, Hotel Trouble, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, again, you can't really count Rancor out of anything. They have shown proficiency on this, but that was a while back, is the factor, is the
Yep.
point I'm trying to say. SHOPERBRO, they, based on some of their map picks throughout the tournament, it's pretty obvious they are willing to stick with those initial legacy maps, like Critical Response, like Residential House, that they are really used to. But is Rancor going to be able to adapt in time into this playstyle? We have seen them adapt on the maps they already know, Showtime and Breaking Meth so far. But can they carry that through to this map, which they haven't touched in a while?
I mean, it's one of those maps that really carry a lot of the basics that you try to utilize on a map such as Breaking Map and just put it tenfold, right? Because drone work is very crucial on this particular map. And because of the amount of long corridors that you generally fight into, having good smoke placements is also very important for this particular map as well. It's mainly about having good communication on this map. It time in, time out, one of the biggest problems that a lot of teams had originally in the 0 Hour Open was that this map just requires a little bit more knowledge on how to play 0 Hour as a game as a whole, and then create those proper lines of sight and crossfires that you generally don't see elsewhere. Now that most of the teams have started to figure out how to play this game, this map is not that bad. Originally, I hated it because of the sheer size of this map, but now in the stark contrast, Residential House is probably the worst map in the entire pool, and this is easily one of the best, I would say. When you consider 0 Hour as a game, I think Hotel Trouble represents the game the best.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be one of those quintessential maps that you really need to understand and need to master to develop certain behavioral aspects or certain parts that of your gameplay that certainly come into play in a lot of more chaotic maps or tight maps like the ones that we have been seeing so far. It's a good place to really hone your skills and figure out how the mechanics work. But regardless, it is being played out in the grand finals of the tournament, so that definitely raises the stakes a little bit more, and it does demand these teams, pull out their best guns, their best A game going into this series. And again, it's gonna be this series point for Rancor, already 2-0 up in map count. And SHOPERBRO, they're yet to make a dent. They're gonna have to fight to stay alive in this. They need to win 2 more maps back to back if they want to take it to the third and stand a chance of defeating Goliath. I don't know what's happening in the chat, honestly. I don't even want to focus on it. It's just a Rancor, feeling the vibe. They're vibing right now. They've got this two map coverage, so they're chilling. Quite the opposite story on SHOPERBRO's end, as they are gonna be a defense on this first half. They're gonna set up the sites the way they want to, and be ready for the fight that's coming to them from the ends of Rancor. A shield's already going to come into play, and a shield is a paramount piece of utility here. There's just so many hallways and so many angles that you really need to proactively push through with that shield in front of you if you want to make any progress. But Jones is going to be the first to react. It's already taken the fight on the floor of the objective. Long hallway. It's going to make life difficult as he can't really go in for the best of the peaks. He's going to have to depend on his teammates to try and make their way up into these windows and maybe provide supporting cover from these other doorways down the hall. For now, he's going to be holding strong and seeing if anyone decides to get a little bit overzealous. But so far, SHOPERBRO, they're going to stick to their positions near the objective, not really giving away any unnecessary gunfights. But Fatar says, if you don't give me a gunfight, I'm going to send a nade in your way. And that's going to be the outcome that Mock's going to face as he takes a back seat. It's going to be a the first kill of this map favor of SHOPERBRO. Smokes come in to try and make this hallway push a little bit more chaotic. Fatar with a follow-up on the Savage and a second one from Clog onto Lil Zaza. Things are not going as expected, and it seems like the lack of practice could be showing. Taha reacts in time to get that last kill onto Captain Kazi, and a clean first round by SHOPERBRO. They definitely needed this, and they definitely needed that boost of momentum from this series so far. Again, they're still on the chopping block. A lot to be done.
Yeah, this is how they're going to need to try and play this one out if they want to try and take this victory away. It's going to be a little bit tough, but members of SHOPERBRO really are showcasing that, hey, this is a map that they have put in those hours, they have put in the practice, and if Rancor take them lightly on this particular map, it is going to be difficult for them to break into. Arguably so, I do believe that a lot of teams have agreed upon the fact that this map is a little bit more easier on the attack side if you don't know how to play it. And looking at SHOPERBRO in that last round, you can already tell that the proficiency that they have on this map, especially on the attack, really is starting to show. And Rancor just, they're gonna have a tough time trying to break through a lot of these lines, to say the very least, because it's just, again, this map, yeah, it's attack favored, but you're not going to be able to win out on the attack unless your utility usage is done out properly. And knowing SHOPERBRO on this defensive side, if they're able to play those nades out well enough, it's not going to be that easy for them to find. I don't believe that there's a lot of glitch spots for the cam on this particular map, but maybe Hasib does have something that we don't know of.
Tell you what Clog knows. He's now, pretty much illustrating one of the points that I was about to bring up from the attacking end, to have those multiple points of entry. We saw those players coming in through the windows to try and provide cover. We saw one of the players from Rancor coming in at the end of the hallway near that balcony as well. But again, don't forget the main stairs as well. That emergency exit is very close to the objective room, and that does give them another point or another avenue to lay some fire onto the defensive players. So the more angles you can fight from, the better in a lot of these circumstances. Adds additional pressure onto the defenders. So I think that is what the Clog is taking note of, that maybe they're going to try and come up through this garage. Maybe they're going to try and walk up through those main stairs. He's going to position themselves in the garage, but I think the side of Rancor, they're going to keep away from that avenue as of now. They spot out one of these players. There's a little hello dance. What's up? How's it going? Rappel's coming in. Mock trying to enter that balcony. The nade to provide cover as he tries to walk up. Saw a player on that doorway. It's going to be a risky move to go in. He's trying to send a follow-up nade. It's going to be a flashbang, actually. Allows him to really get into the building. The round has been given away, and it's going to be a tough fight to take, but they're going to take it anyways. Oh, Mock does get down, though, but Savage is there to recover. He should be able to bring his teammate back on his feet. Potato lays more fire onto that opponent's side. Savage just sprayed, and only one kill go in their favor. Mock should be brought up, and he will. It's going to be Clog, I believe, the only player alive all the way down on the bottom floors. He's going to have to climb his way to the top. Diffuse is already going down. Smoke's in play. The door's open. No one's really providing cover for him. He's trying to go for a prone diffuse. That does give Clog some time to push in, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. All of his teammates are down. They're holding the hallway. He gets the first, but he's just a little bit too late on that part. It's gonna be the first round for Rancor. They bring it back in their favor. And looks like SHOPERBRO might have gotten a bit overzealous. Some of those angles that they were peeking were completely unnecessary. You could have just fallen back, or just held the long corridor, and could have ended on a very different outcome. But we are gonna see a 1-1 scoreline showing up. Rancor saying they're not gonna shy back from the fight.
Knowing this team, they're not going to be going away from this anytime soon, but at the same time, SHOPERBRO taking a lot of very unnecessary engagement seems to be like one of those overconfident plays that you generally would like to make, but it's a very dangerous one to do. But overall, take things slow and take it easy here for these fights. As for now,
Use planning table to find the bomb.
you can tell that Rancor finally found a good foothold for this particular map, and they're gonna try to carry that momentum as long as they possibly can here. But they cannot get overconfident because their enemies still have a pretty good chance of coming on back in towards this game. They're not careful. Knowing SHOPERBRO, that last round was a wake-up call for them, so you can't ever get.
XP's been waking them up all day, my guy.
I think that's just Clog only though.
Well, Potato had some issues as well.
Hey, Starlink's there for a reason, right?
Yeah. They had to make it a little bit interesting for us.
True.
And if they are able to come back in this series, that's gonna increase
Deploying
the
10 seconds.
interestingness tenfold.
Interestingness. Such good
Yeah.
English. I wish you're the one who taught me
it's-
before my LTS exam.
It's called coming up
Located
with
fuse
stuff
bomb.
on the fly, and interestingness. You know, it's gonna be a thing someday. Trust me. But
Dictionary man.
it's gonna be fun when it does. You are piquing my interestness.
Okay, are you happy with yourself?
I'm happy because I can just look to the left of my screen and see you, and then like, oh yeah, I'm not that guy. Yeah, that's pretty much the emotions you feel. This noise you just made, that's the emotion you feel when you remind yourself you're aggressive. But
I remind
least
myself
you're-
every single
you're-
day that I'm casting with you. Worst
Yeah.
decision of my life. Why do I keep coming back to the same desk as you every time?
it's the choices that make who we are. For now, Rancor choosing to be a little proactive. Little Zaza, he's trying to make a friendly truce as Potato gets the first kill on the deep drill. He's like, bro, just let us have the hostage. Let us have the bomb. We don't need
hello
any
there.
collateral damage. they're having a little friendly double peek coming in. Zaza does move in this time. The
Flash.
shotgun flash pair is there. Clog gets the trade in though, but Zaza will get his own trade. Oh, Taha a little bit proactive from where I have no idea, but he
The
takes down
balcony on
Savage.
the right side. There's I forgot the room number, but there's a balcony from that room that you can instantly peek out into the bottom floors. That was such a good initiative coming in from Taha. The members of Rancor, they're down a lot of their players now. Down over to a 2v3 situation where the members of SHOPERBRO are in a tough spot. But at the same time, Rancor, they're an even bigger, tighter bind here because they don't have their drone anymore and their shotgun's now gone.
Yeah, and that's gonna make these tight quarter fights a lot more difficult. Again, they're very disconnected. Mok and Captain Kazi, they are on different planets, and they're gonna get out the hell out of there and try and reconvene, come up with a different plan. Maybe taking that main stairs, that's where Mok is heading towards. But Taha, he's ever present and looming. Mok's gonna have to be careful as he works his way up. His teammate is gonna be on a bit of an island. Oh, they're going on the opposite stairs. I don't think they're on the same stairwell. Or are they?
Could be.
Oh, he is. Or is he not? I don't know. He's not. They're on different stairwells. But the point is that they are going to be holding the hostage. SHOPERBRO not really going in for any aggressive fights. Captain Kazi is still waiting for Mok to get into position. Maybe find an opener to react off of. Taha though, he's gonna be an X factor as he could come up out of nowhere. And there we go, Potato with the first kill onto Captain Kazi. It's all onto Mock. As Taha goes in for the peek, he should know where Mock is. He's gonna send a nade flying that way, and it's gonna connect. Mock's gonna take the brunt of that, and it's gonna be a 2-1 scoreline. SHOPERBRO reconvening, and they're gonna try and revitalize this match, going towards their favor. 2-1's the scoreline as we end this first half. Rancor shouldn't be too displeased though on an attacking side. Getting a 2-1 scoreline is not the worst thing in the world. You can definitely come back from this if you have a strong enough defense. And that's actually what I'm willing to see. Defense is where a lot of the game really relies on. And Rancor, how they react on this map on their defensive end after such a massive break from Hotel Trouble is what I'm willing to see. How they rediscover their old plays, considering all that's changed so far in their play style and in the way they approach the game.
You can tell that SHOPERBRO as well, they've taken a much more of a laid-back approach after what happened in that one round up against Rancor. They're playing for the map advantage. They're playing to see how far and how wide they can spread out the attention from the members of Rancor in a lot of these duels. But now that they're on the attack side, to stretch out the players of Rancor, it's gonna be a little bit of a difficulty here as Zaza trying to go in for a little bit of an elevator ride. He wants to hear the elevator music, you know. Go back to the good old days, the chill times. But it seems as though the map's not gonna give it to him, not just yet. Going forward, he's still gonna be able to utilize it later on, but for the members of SHOPERBRO, what's the game plan here? Do you want to work your way from the bottom floor? Do you want to play for the corridor instead? Because there needs to be multiple avenues of pressure, and you can see with the planning table already coming through from the side of Rancor, they have a good... sorry, not from the side of Rancor. I mean from the side of SHOPERBRO. They have a good set plan in mind of what they want to do, but knowing Rancor on that defensive side, they're always such a difficult team to go up against.
And they're gonna have to bring their A
sniper.
game. Are they gonna go for the snipe play? I think they are. It might actually be quite viable as we do see a lot of these players holding aggressive positionings outside on their windows. And it's gonna be Fatar looking to find that opener. I think he might need his team to really bait out a lot of these players. Maybe peek, have them peek these windows so that he can assist these fights. So far, he's not really spotting anyone. It's not really being too aggressive about peeking widely off the sniper either, so willing to preserve himself throughout this match so far. I think he actually might find a pick here and there, knowing the positions that the side of SHOPERBRO are walking off from. I believe Rancor, they're gonna be trying to move around the map a little bit, try and make some rotations here and there, and that could give him the opportunity to find some of these kills. Clock trying to get that camera, I believe, up top. He's already in position and just waiting for the rest of his team to get into their positions as well, so that they can pincer these players of Rancor in the site and add some pressure on it. A little above 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Spots out the player, and Zilzala, he's gonna fall. Gets that first initial kill. Star still on the sniper, waiting a reaction. Players and
Oh
might
no.
peek. Captain Kazi, wide swing, not the best move to make, and SHOPERBRO, they're looking like they're in a pretty good spot. 5 versus 3. And there's 4 minutes left on the clock. Get this wide open. Savage will go for some long shots, but not really connecting. Gotta be a little bit more patient. Ooh. Oh, I don't feel that. It's a risky play to make, especially knowing how the last couple of his teammates died. And the addition of that sniper as well. If he gets out of the room, he's gonna be shot in the face.
And this is going to be a tough position, but the thing is, the members of SHOPERBRO can't really push up just yet. They need all their members to be up and present. They do have smokes in hand, multiple smokes actually. Wait a minute, 4 players, maybe 5 players. They all have smokes in their hands if they want to try to break into this room here. So this is going to be a tough one for the side of Rancor to really find value upon. There's still a couple of nades in their hands. Ram or Jammer still to be used. Bad nade. That could have been a free kill for them to find, but instead, Dipjo can't really be as aggressive as he would have wanted to. Bad positions overall. Still looking for the swing. Dipjo does find the opener. That's a big kill for them to get. Big upgrade for the overall weapon as well. Mock's gonna be able to find a double. Never mind, the members of Rancor, they turned this one around, down from a 3v5 all the way to a 3v2. Now they're the ones at an advantage, and they just need to take it slow. Fatar has the long angle ready. Is really expecting the fight to come in for Mock as well. Things are slowed down over to a crawl, but we all know for a fact that this is just a calm before the storm here, Kirito.
Yeah, SHOPERBRO, they're gonna have to reconvene and reorganize their game plan. They've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, a little bit tight on time considering the size of the map and how much ground they have to cover. Fatar though doesn't want to wait, takes care of Savage, brings it back to a 2v2, but he's still very alone. Clog's very far away. As Fatar falls, it's all onto Clog in this 1v1 situation. He's gonna have to bring it back. 2 minutes still on the clock. Mock is aware that the player has rotated. Gives him time to reposition, maybe set up for the post plan. Not the post plan, I mean, the entire game's a post plan. But pretty much for a position where he can maybe access the objective and maybe lay some fire onto it from a different point of view. Will Clog be expecting that is the question. Mock's aware of the possibility that he could rappel up behind him, but it's not what's happening. Last time Clog saw Mock was inside the objective room. Mock is gonna wait until he has found the perfect opportunity to go for that peek. Slowly approaching the door, he hears him. But Clog himself is holding an angle. They're both going to be super patient about this. Clog, he realizes time's taken away and he's going to try and make his way to the objective. Mock, waiting for him to make a choice. Clog, is he picking up guns? I think he is picking up guns, but he's going to walk into the open. Mock can take that shot if he wants to. Ooh. Charge
He doesn't
to
know.
open that door. Mock is, and there it is. The shot comes in. Mock playing it very patiently, very unlike his usual self, but makes it work. 2-2. Rancor back on even terms, despite a really good start from the side of SHOPERBRO. Rancor bring it back on even Stevens.
Was a little bit dicey to say the very least. I was sweating for them on that one, especially down from a 3v2 over to a 1v1. You can tell that things could have gone pretty badly for them, but one of the good things is Clog's internet has been fixed, but for the side of Rancor, them being on the defensive side is another problem. As you can tell that SHOPERBRO now, they are in a little bit of a bind, I would say, because having such a big man advantage and then at that point of the game where you just keep on falling, I do believe that one push that came in from the left side of that hostage room was the biggest problem for them. Dipjo getting that kill and instantly shutting it down, allowing Mock to go in for a free swing because of the amount of aggro Dipjo took in that particular angle. It was just really well played out 0 hour coming in from every single one of their players, as Zaza, it seems, again wants to go and use the elevator, but he's not going to be able to do so. Has to take the stairs, a proper gentleman. But for SHOPERBRO now, it's about taking that high road here too, because Dipjo is going to be playing a little bit more aggressively with the change in sight now being towards the top floor. I do believe it's still pretty much the same, but for the members of SHOPERBRO, this is a lot more difficult for them to try and break it.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they've already been struggling. They've been applying that multiple avenue entrance that we've been talking about, but again, it's just that the initiative's being taken by a lot of these players. Last round it was Dipjo, and now it could be someone else. If they're unable to take those gunfights, if they're not ready for those engagements, the side of Rancor will be putting up. It's gonna be a tough fight for them to break through all those bodies. Tahado gets the initial onto Lil Zaza, who's been struggling a little bit in this map so far. 4 rounds in. All he's been good for are those, you know, friendship dances, you like to call them.
My favorite.
Yeah. Drone comes in to help out the SHOPERBRO players. Sieve, is he ready for the fight? He isn't. Captain Kazi knew he was there. The rappel makes it work, and he gets a follow-up as well as the bodies fall onto the ground. Taha taken down as well. That gives Fatar the initiative to maybe be a little bit more aggressive with the sniper. Maybe try and see if he can spot anyone out. Because his team is in a dire position. Already down to a 3v4. Not the best start. Despite the initial kill onto Lil Zaza. They're going to be falling behind a little bit. They have ample amounts of time. They still have the drone coming in. But Clog might have other plans. Might have to reorganize themselves and come up with a different point of entry. Clog rappelling up. There's a player in that room. And Fatar, though, takes care of him. Deep Jaw. First sniper kill. It's going to be the victim of that Enfield. As it clears Clog's way to walk inside. Door opens up. Clog's ready for it. They're going to try and turn this around. 3 versus 2 now. As Clog gets another one. Fatar might have to drop that sniper and come in to join his teammates at this point. That's exactly what he's doing. This Potato and Clog, they're going to be a little bit patient now. They're going to wait until they have that 3-man advantage fully activated on the sites. Potato might be looking for another avenue to add added pressure on these defensive players. Rancor, they're going to sit pretty and hold these angles. Not really being overconfident in these gunfights as it has costed them before. Mock still waiting for his opportunity to get kicking into the round. They're going to wait until SHOPERBRO, they're in the right spots to get that entry going. Potato and Clog, they're on the opposite sides of their rooms. And they're waiting for the teammate, waiting for the drone to get some more info. Fatar as well going to that stairwell. Multiple points of pressure. Comes
This
in.
pressure is what's really giving them that advantage to Rancor, though. They're in a pretty powerful position, so all by themselves, and knowing the overall positioning, Potato Upper, they already
should know another one's
with the Rancor. Yeah, they do know because the player in objective tried to go in for that shot onto the drone to just try to save the player that was waiting for them on the opposite side. Nate's already being tossed out to try to deal some damage, and Fatar is going to be able to get that catch. Mog, none the wiser for it, didn't really see the nade or probably didn't hear it. It's all up to Savage now. Down over to 1v3. He has been in this place before multiple times, and we have seen him pull off miracles, but this is one miracle up against this team that will not be that easy. Couple of pop shots now being taken. Bullets raining all over. Savage taking a lot of damage. Needs to instantly go in for the reload. The PP Bison just doesn't have enough bullets, it seems, to try and give him that edge. As a Rancor, they take this hefty loss, and Mock just got extremely unlucky, or that nade was perfectly cooked out by Fatar.
Yep, it's gonna be another round for SHOPERBRO, and they're making it count. They're using their gunfights to win out on a lot of these avenues and giving themselves the advantage. And that capability to really pause on the round and then come up with their different strategy, come up with different avenues to play off of, is definitely what's giving them the advantage in a lot of these scenarios. If they can maintain that, Rancor will be struggling. But we are approaching the end of an half, I believe, and Rancor will be going into the attacking end after this. But it's all going to come down to SHOPERBRO to make the most of these attacking strategies that they're coming up with. If they can make this a 4-2, gives them a lot more of an advantage going into that follow-up round to try and take it all home, especially on defense as well. Rancor not really struggling because of how the map plays. It's just that side of their opponent, SHOPERBRO, they're coming up with plays that it's really hard to react to, especially on a map that has so many avenues, that has so many places you need to be aware of. And they're being a little overzealous in a lot of these scenarios, going for fights they really don't need to. And the utility play as well, those nades. The way Mog died, and we did see a few more nade kills come in here and there. Not to mention that one nade kill in Breaking Meth. Not reopen old wounds, but Yeah, utility has been solid overall from the side of Shopper, bro. So
Deploying in 10 seconds.
Rancor a little bit, I mean, not a little bit, a lot on their plates, but again, they do have that 2-map cushion. Even if they lose out on this, they can take it to the 4th one and
Locate
try and
defuse the bomb.
reorganize and finish things off the best they can.
They're always one of those teams that really will hold an advantage if you give it to them. So it's not the end of the world, but it's not really the best of starts either for this particular team, because Rancor now just one more round away from swapping over to that attack side once more. They really don't want to be in for a spot like that, as Taha being meticulous here for these bottom floor positions. I have yet to see any team really play on this floor. I do believe that this is the catering area or the dining zone, so I have never ever seen anyone play this spot like at all. I didn't
Why
even know
go
it existed.
for-
Like, I have no idea how to even get here. Like, I have explored this map multiple times and I still haven't found the doorway that leads to this spot.
Are you talking about the game or the real life? If you need food, man, you just come up to me.
I'm coming over to your house here. Just
Yeah, I mean, in defense of the defending players, why go down a floor for food when the food is repelling up to you?
I mean, you can kill the food that's repelling up.
Yeah, exactly. That is the food, and right now, Clog, he's gonna be the first item on the menu.
Or it could be the other way around.
Yeah, maybe the fish isn't as well cooked as you thought it is. Still has a kick to it. I guess we'll find out as they decide to be a little proactive. And the peak comes in, it's a trade. They... I wanted to say a sentence, but I'm gonna reconsider saying it. But they're gonna go for a trade. It's gonna be a 4v4, but Potato's still present. Another player from Rancor is on the other side of the doorway as well. Maybe a little bit of a patient play should have been on the cards here. Maybe wait out for the rest of the team to get into position. But still, either ways, it's even Stevens for everyone. SHOPERBRO still awaiting for some of their players to get to these spots so that they can go for a united execution. But I gotta say again, really one-dimensional pushes that really take going for these solo fights. Not the most utility as I would like to see while entering. Maybe open the door, have a player with a flash in hand ready. Don't be the first one to take that peek. Send a flashbang or a nade in, then go for that swing out the door. Would have been the best call in my opinion, but they're gonna run out. Smokes do come in to provide some cover, but they're so careful about that room at the opposite end. Patar trying to rappel up, but denied. He can't really go up unless he wants to lose his head. Asib with a follow-up, though, making this a 3 versus 4 situation as they make their way down towards the rooms, clearing out all these corners as the rest of the team slowly climb up towards the objective. Making their way up. Mock, he's gonna make life difficult though, but Taha, he's gonna get a follow-up on the Lil Zaza, making this a 2 versus 4. Added pressure onto Savage and Mock. They've got to slowly make their moves. Mock on a different floor. He's going to have to try and work his way down. He's got the right idea. There's a player in the zone open, and he's not ready for it. Taha taken down. 3v2. A little bit more in their favor. They have some room to work with. Because Fatar, he's still far away. The rest of the team, they're holding strong. They're not going to push in until they're all on the same page. 2 minutes and 30 seconds barely left on the clock as they're slowly making their way towards the objective. But Mock, he's still roaming around, ever present. Can slow down a little bit more. He's gonna go up the elevator. Tar. Tired legs. This thing slow down. Less than 20 minutes. Sorry, not 22 minutes left on the card.
Imagine if it was 20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe if this was a 10v10, maybe. Honestly, if it was a 10v10, 2 minutes would be enough.
Oh, that's a laser sight. I think they saw it. Wait a minute. That laser sight might have just given away a lot of the positions of the players. And yep, they know exactly where they is. Monk's in a prime spot here. Mock should be the opener for this kill to take us down over to a possible 2v2 situation. As long as they're able to hold, this is going to work out to see if just clear out room 203, another big power position that they would have to worry about here. Potato Opera towards the document room as well. Sorry, the janitor's closet is going to be able to find a big fault in the overall setup here as the members of Rancor, they're looking to be in a little bit of a tough spot. One of their other members, they're not yet cleared out. Wait a second. Do they not know? Fatar, he has no idea what's waiting for them on the opposite side. The janitor room has yet to be cleared out. They have not yet opened the door. Wait a second, Savage. He just might find a multi-kill if things work out in his favor.
He might just come up with an ugly surprise, but there are a lot of guns in this room, though. I don't think he's going to be the first player to react. They are going for wall bangs. But are they aware that they're not checking that door? Regardless, Savage, he shouldn't react now. I think Mock should be the first point of contact. The door opens. He's going to walk in, but he gets nothing. And the reaction is there from Savage. He gets one. He knows there are other players towards the objective. He's in a second. Getting the multi-kill is the question. He's going to put the nade. The nade does it do damage? I don't think it does. He's gonna get blinded as the push comes in, pistols in hand, and Fatar to finish it off. 15 seconds on the clock. He's gonna have to go for the defuse quick. And he's gonna stick it. He's gonna get the defuse in time, I believe. But what?
5 seconds
What
remaining.
was that? Savage almost gets it. The flashbang was perfect, though. The flashbang was what gave Fatar the edge in that gunfight. But again, SHOPERBRO not clearing out that janitor's closet till the nth minute. That could have been deadly. 3-3 could have been the scoreline, but Savage, blinded by the lights. It's going to be a 4-2 scoreline. SHOPERBRO keeping themselves alive in this series, looking to make this a 2-1, taking hotel trouble for themselves. They're going to have to win it on their defensive end to make it work, though. But yeah, what a close one.
I was a little bit shaky.
Little bit?
And I'm British. Very shaky. I'll give it that much. But good God, that was a bit too close for comfort for my own good even. As you can tell that the members of SHOPERBRO now, they're at the very significant advantage. They're at match point. So whatever they want to do, whatever they're going to be able to bring here, it's for them to find and them to reap the rewards on. Is Rancor. They're going to be sad about what happened in that last particular round, but you can tell that for SHOPERBRO, this is a map that really suits their overall playstyle. Long avenues, lines of sight, and the brute force nature of this map is pretty bare bones. You're going to have to be very tactical in the way that you approach it. And knowing Rancor as a team, they can't really take a lot of active gunfights on this map because of the way that you can utilize a lot of those smokes and the pieces of util. If you know the timing, if you know the angles properly, you just always have an advantage when you are the much more knowledgeable player. For SHOPERBRO, this map, pretty much they're saving grace here in this BO5 series because don't forget, if they do lose out on this map here, they're out of this tournament, and we're going to be crowning our champions for the Asia Showdown 2025. As Rancor, they won the Bangladesh 0 Hour Open already. And here, they're just trying to put on another statement to prove their dominance in the entire country.
Oh, as if it has not been evident yet. Rancor, regardless of how this map plays out, regardless of how the series plays out, definitely one of the most... how do we even put it? There's just so many adjectives. Like they definitely study the game a lot, study the maps. They put in the time and effort, and definitely work their way to be in this spot. But again, taking that win would definitely be a cherry on top of all the success that they've gained. Already guaranteeing a second place position in this tournament. Going into this next round, it's SHOPERBRO that are in the driving seat, 4-2 to scoreline, and again, they're making their way towards the third map. Mock's mouse bugged out a little bit. I don't blame his mouse, honestly. Despite the amazing things he can pull off with that mouse, I have a feeling the mouse doesn't have a good time with all those flicks and fast movements. Looks looks like that is what the game demands of him. As first kill going in favor of SHOPERBRO, they take care of the first player. Mok takes some damage. He's gonna have to heal himself up. And so far, SHOPERBRO's defense is looking impenetrable. Captain Kazi has made his presence known in the rooms now. But he needs the rest of his team to activate as well. Get into positions and then execute with utility. So far, no proactiveness for SHOPERBRO. They're going to stick to the site, not really exploring these stairwells or any other angles to maybe find some additional pressure to put on Rancor, but that's all good. If they can hold these crossfires, that's going to be more than enough. Still, Rancor, even with the man down, they still pose the danger. These flashbangs and smokes are going to come in to try and create, trying to carve a path inside the site. Nades come in, Savage, patient, baiting out those utils. He comes in ready for it. Captain Kazi taken off the board. Mok does go for a follow-up, takes care of Clog, still disadvantaged, 3 versus 4. Savage is being pinned down here. Tough angle to fight from. They're not even giving him the fight. The crossfire is going to be good. He needs his team support, if anything. But Savage does get one more. It's not ready for the follow-up though. Staha takes care of him. It's going to be a 1 versus 3. Lil Zaza pops up out of the elevator like a boogeyman. Gets the first one, but there is more that is demanded of him. And this crossfire, it's so difficult to push through.
Yep.
The utility, the nades are not gonna come in handy either. So yeah, he's gonna have to really use his mechanics, or maybe find another avenue to work out from. He's got some time, but yeah, this is not looking good.
Yeah, that's just guaranteed win if Zaza doesn't really pull off a miracle and a half here. He's not really the clutch player for the team. He still does have the drone, I do believe, if he wants to utilize it to maybe gain a bit more information of what's going to be around him. Still has 2 minutes, and yeah, that's going to be the drone now coming out. He's going to try to fly this drone inside of the building. Maybe he has an avenue that he can use to maybe break it in, but no, I don't think so. They're not going to have much of a chance to do it. It's not like he doesn't want to risk it. I don't think he can. There is no entrance for this drone.
Tough angle though. He gets the first one, but Potato thrown on the
No idea
ground.
where he is.
Yeah, he's got the heal as well. He's gonna bring up his HP a little bit. He can try and go for the drone now, especially it's a 1v1, but yeah, he's not gonna be ready for this fight.
Now he knows.
Now he knows the fight's gonna be a little bit more practice. He's gonna get up and try and take those hits.
Oh my god!
Oh, they hurt each other so much. The swings come in and it's gonna be Potato winning out, and the map goes in favor of SHOPERBRO. They're gonna make this a 5-2 scoreline and still kicking in this series. Rancor not running away with it just yet. It's gonna be SHOPERBRO with their first win in the series, making this 2-1 scoreline. Still fighting to stay alive, still kicking in the dirt. And SHOPERBRO, that's where all the experience comes in. They need to maintain their composure. They need to know that it's not over until it's over. A best of 5 is an endurance game, and you need to keep yourselves, still kicking, still trying as much as you can, because you never know. With the next map coming up, they might take it home if they can maintain this posture. Next map being Critical Response. It's another map that they're familiar with. It's another map that Rancor should be familiar with. Although, again, it kind of goes into the same factor. Have they played this enough? I feel like Critical Response is a little bit more newer compared to the other maps like Residential House and Hotel Trouble, Embassy Raid, and all that. So Rancor still have cards up their sleeves. We also saw in this map, Rancor weren't completely disconnected from the map. They eventually adapted. They eventually used all the strats and protocols that demanded in a map like Hotel Trouble. So Critical Response, I believe they're going to show up with that same intensity. And remember, they're still in series point. One map is all it takes.
And don't forget, it's also your favorite map as well. Your favorite school.
Nah,
Jokes again, ladies and gentlemen. And
mixing it
one
up
of the
with
other
Prison Break.
no We're gonna be taking a very short little break. And
So
just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, after you check out the beautiful 80% off for 0 hour, just put me out of my misery. Get yourself in towards the game. So maybe another caster is going to show up somewhere so he can replace Kirito and save me from my suffering. But knowing my luck, I'm going to be stuck with him for the rest of my life as long as I'm casting this game. But what I do love is all of the action that is being presented in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And hey, if you want in on that action, make sure to check out 0 hour, get yourself the game, and hey, soon enough, we're gonna have another Asia Showdown series happening soon as well. You never really know. And if you want to participate in that, make sure to grab the game, make sure you play it out. And if you're not into the whole competitive landscape, there's a lot more other things that you can do, especially up against AI and the different scenarios that you can play for. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break as we set everything up for game number 4. Critical response is going to be a tough one for the side of Rancor, but if they're able to pull this off, it's going to be a grand final that is worth remembering.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we approach again. I said it last time, could be the final map. I was wrong. delayed maybe the possible again final map of the series. It's gonna be the grand finals of the Zero Hour Asia Showdown. SHOPERBRO taking on the Goliaths. Rancor, it's gonna be a 2-1 scoreline. Rancor still in series point after Hotel Trouble. SHOPERBRO can bring back their score from 0-1, keeping themselves alive in the series. We approach the fourth map of the best of five. It's going to be Critical Response and another map that we haven't seen in a while. And yeah, it just brings back memories or memories to be had. But the point is,
Ah,
it's going to be the battlefield for the fourth game. And it's going to be the side of SHOPERBRO on attack for the first half and Rancor on defense. And the thing about this map is, again, similar to Hotel Trouble, the long corridors and the hallways and the rooms on the other end. But it's just like
Use the planning
on
tip
a
to find the
completely
bomb.
different level. Again, it's both floors are more active than Hotel Trouble. You might see a lot of lurk play going in, especially considering how wide those stairs are. A lot of teams do tend to really involve both floors of the compound into their strategies. So that's gonna really diversify the play style for either end. But the point is just how familiar are the teams with this map, because it's not shown up in this tournament as much as we would have preferred, but it is something that both of these sides have played in before in the old tournament in Zero Hour Open. So they should have some experience on it. The question is that can they bring it back into their active play style and into their active
Deploying in
strategies
10
they've come up
seconds.
with as the game slowly progresses as an esport, as the strategies evolve, as they themselves develop as individual players. Can
Locate and
it be
defuse
done
the
as
bomb.
the action phase begins? Remember, SHOPERBRO are still fighting to stay in this. There's still only one map in, and they need one more to take it to the third and final map, which will be the decider. If they win, that is.
what about an if? That's for certain. That's what's really the problem here for this particular instance. If you're not careful, members of Rancor could be the ones to take this victory, but at the same time, could be a little bit of a different story on the opposite side here, all depending on this first particular gunfight. Tell Captain Kazi, knee deep on the angle, he's also be looking for an engagement. As soon as he opens up the door, I do believe he's going to be able to break through and possibly find one player, but they're expecting him. Look at all the members of SHOPERBRO. They're very well prepared for a lot of these opening fights, and Fatar is going to be the worst one to get it. Big kill over to their side. Being able to shut that everything down for that opener is going to be perfect for them, but Captain Kazi's position still unknown. No drones really, just want him out, but they do hear the sounds at the bare minimum. This is going to be a little bit of a problem for Captain Kazi because he can't really go in for an over-aggressive engagement here. This is where the difficulties will really start to arise for Rancor. Losing out on one of their big members here early on, it's going to be tough. And wait a second, did the drone just survive a nade being tossed on it? God damn, I want to get that drone. I don't think that's military grade. That's something else.
That's something out of this universe. Straight nade right on its body. It still survives. And that will mean a lot to the players of SHOPERBRO who are on the attacking end. They're still going to be able to utilize the information provided by that drone. Information is so valuable in a map like this with so many departments here. Oh, quick peek coming in from Captain Kazi. He's going to get a kill onto Taha. He's going to make it a 4v4. Reaction
no.
is there, and the trade will come in instant, though. Potato, good timing on that peek. Still keeps his advantage for the team. 4 versus 3 as they're trying to get multiple avenues covered. SHOPERBRO making sure to add even more pressure on these defensive players of Rancor. They're still holding near the objective, not really going for any aggressive peaks. Most of the players who did go for it are taken off, taking the back seat. Now it all leads up to this brutal engagement on the objective floor. Nate comes in though. That's going to give another kill advantage extended for SHOPERBRO. 4 versus 2. 3 men still on the clock. Less Savage can find a pick. Nate goes by him. It's going to be unaffected. Swing. Smoke comes in to make that a little bit more difficult. So that's throwing some utility, but not really gonna connect from there. Fights are being taken. Team kill comes in. That's the second time that happened today. Potato takes out his teammate, but the crate does come in. It's gonna be a 1 versus 3 as soon as Zaza goes for a swing, but Clog, he's ready for that peak. And it's gonna be a really quick first round for SHOPERBRO. Not really the best of efforts being put up by Rancor. A lot of weird fights being taken here. And the reaction off of those fights are lackluster as well, in my opinion.
Give them the benefit of the doubt for this kind of a situation, right? You can't really count them out just yet. Still a chance for them to really turn this one on its head here as the members of Rancor. It takes them some time to really figure out this map. We've seen it in the past. This is why I'm very how do you put it? What's the word for it? God damn it, dude, I forgot the word. Your lack of English has rubbed off on me. God damn it. I need to go back to school, a school like this, critical response, right, ladies and gentlemen. To just get those words back into my head. But to put it in a different way, I'm a little bit worried for the side of Rancor for this particular map and also in this entire series because a reverse sweep could just happen here just because of these two map selections. Hotel Trouble, not one of the best maps for the side of Rancor. They always had a tendency to struggle on this map. And this is easily one of their worst maps in general out of all of the other maps in the entire map pool. And it might be very apparent as things keep on going. That attack side is going to be even more difficult for them if their defense is suffering this much.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult if this carries on. But again, it's just the first round. We might see some changes come in, and that was a weird one for Rancor as well. Mock is gonna go for the spawn peek through that broken door. We've seen him do it on other maps as well, but let's see if he can find value out of it this time. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult though, considering the hole on the door is quite wide, and we might see a valid response from the players of SHOPERBRO if he does find any kills or any damage out of it. Regardless, I don't think SHOPERBRO are going for that avenue just yet. They're going to stick to their plan to come up from the roof. 4 players trying to make their way inside the compound. We did see quite a good, strong response from the players of Rancor. The last round they pushed in through these avenues, so maybe Rancor will be a little bit more edging towards using the utility and taking some more controlled fights in these scenarios. Again, Taha is aware of the possibility there could be a player in that doorway, which there is. So be a little bit careful on this fight. Flashbangs come in. Utility very well. Control has been established as Taha gets one with the nade. As he falls, more utility to come in. Doesn't really connect, but gives them enough room to walk inside. They have control of the stairs so far. That's progress being made. With that 1-man advantage, SHOPERBRO, they're making significant progress towards the objective.
SHOPERBRO are now at such a good crossroad for this overall setup. And you can tell that they're very meticulous in the way that they're clearing out on a lot of these positions. Main in hand, Fatar is just trying to bait out as many of the players as he possibly can. Cam's also taken out as well, so Cam can play a lot more for the active forms of information here. Fatar is just a constant boogeyman that they have to worry about. Upside down repel coming in from Clog as well. And you can tell that the members of SHOPERBRO, they did this map time in, time out. The practice really starting to show here. As I already told you, as soon as I saw that map selection, that third map is where it really took a turn for the worst. It's going to be a very difficult one for the members of Rancor to win, but if they're able to go above and beyond and go plus ultra, as people would say, there's a good chance that them as a team can just establish an even stronger dominance in our region. It's all a difficult one to find. Slight bit of damage being given. I don't think any damage was given, actually, because of the bottom-ended door frame. He didn't really shoot through the glass, but he tried to shoot through the wood, so player from the side of Rancor. They're going to be able to survive this one, but Fatar has the perfect angle given to him as well. Can go in for the swing, but the instant nade coming in from Hasib. This is what you want to see coming out from them. Beautifully done.
Dog. Oh, the amount of control they have in these avenues is making life so difficult for these players from Rancor. They can't really move around and they're stuck in these isolated positions, unable to really defend the objective or help them out. They're gonna have to go for some really crazy swings. Mock, is he ready for this player? The smoke's gonna distract him, unable to really see the player rappelling down. But again, doesn't change the fact that they're really separated from each other. It's gonna make this hold so much more difficult. Zaza though with a flank, he came up from the roof from one stairwell to the other, and he might just change the tide of this round if he can get the first one. Mock moving up with the shotgun. There's Zaza. Oh, trigger discipline. Spots 1, spots 2. They're moving in. Oh, is he really pulling this off? Is he really doing this in 0? Oh, no! Potato just has the instincts, the game sense of a god. He's like, I wonder. Savage is straight back, but a lot of damage has been done. Mock as well trying to support. Savage
Never mind,
keeping himself alive.
Savage.
He's good for 2. It's 2 versus 3. Low HP on everyone, and he gets the third one.
Savage.
Potato. Now Mock can finally move in and support his teammate. They're both in this objective room. 2v2. Health is there, but another nade. All 3 kills have been nade kills this entire round. Except that flank attempt from Zaza. It's all onto Mock, but he's made his way into the objective room, and now he has a shotgun to work with. In close quarters, that's gonna be the perfect weapon. Clog knows exactly where the last player is, but does he want to take this fight is the question. Nade, oh, bounces off. Oh no, that could have been the difference maker. Spots Mock out. Oh, doesn't connect. Mock gets a reload, and he's waiting for the fight. And the shotgun connects from that.
How does the hit reach?
Win. He's only taken 30 HP. Only damage done was 30 HP after all those bullets. And it's gonna be Rancor to bring it back up. And this is the shit we signed up for. I'm sorry for my language. But damn! Lil Zaza almost brings it back. But the peak from Potatoes there. Nate kills back and forth. And that's gonna be SHOPERBRO unable to make the round count. That could have been the difference maker we were looking for. But not yet. Not yet.
Not in this reality. It seems as
What
though
is
the members of
happening?
Rancor just pulled off a miracle out of absolutely nowhere. These rounds are getting a little bit too close for comfort, and strategy is being thrown outside of the window. Imagine having strategy when you can do stuff like this, ladies and gentlemen. The members of Rancor just digging in deep for this one. And just really pull it out on all of those stops, especially Savage. He's easily one of the best anchors that you would have wanted on your team. If he is inside of the site, you know for a fact that the site will be saved. It takes me back to that one play that he made on Residential House such a long time ago when he was stuck inside of Kitchen and he took out 3 players instantaneously.
It was
It's
the
stuff
grand
like
final
this.
as well, I believe.
Yeah, it was at the grand finals where Savage just really shows up. He had a very quiet tournament run when you think about it. Throughout all the matches that he did play, he didn't have those outstanding moments. But as soon as the grand final shows up, it's just the show of Savage and Captain Kazi. Both of them just know when to bring up the heat and when their team needed them most.
I want to point out another thing, the utility
Deploying in 10
from
seconds.
SHOPERBRO. I mean, throughout the series has been quite consistent, but this map in particular, they're
It's been
finding
way
a lot
better.
of value. Yeah, it's just turned up a notch, it feels like. Mock.
Locate and defuse the
Ooh.
bomb.
Is there anyone there? I don't think so. But Mock, that could have been a high value. I mean, he's going for it. He's trying his best to get these initial kills. But damn, after a moment like this, I don't know how they're composing themselves. Just goes to show there's just a lot on stake, and there's so much going into these matches other than just the games themselves. The endurance, they're able to keep communication with your teammates and maintain all the excitement that's flowing through your body. There's a lot going on, and both teams are gonna give it their all until the very end. Zaza with the charge. Wallbang's coming. He's still in a very open spot though. Especially with the C2 in his hand, he might be punished. It's the right timing. C2 goes out, but no damage done. He did do some damage, but the kills won't be found. Fall back. Oh, actually, a swing from the other end there.
Oh my god.
Those bullets
Bottom
went
floor.
by his head.
Yeah, he was not really expecting it. That's a big pickup coming in from the side of a C.
Follow
Fatar's going to be able to find another one. Flies back to the past, it seems, as Savage and Mock and Captain Kazi are the last players alive to try and go in for these duels. It's going to be a little bit tough here, but Mock with a shotgun could be just be the difference maker for these different positions. White stairs over from the opposite side, still yet to get cleared out here as Mock slowly lurking his way in, possibly looking to try and change out his weapon if he can here, but Mock instantly getting brought back down to earth here. Fatar, good for the opener kill. One player could be coming in from the side of the room. Captain Kazi doesn't find the kill, he does find the trade-off at the end of the day, and now it's all up to Savage. Down over to a 1 versus goddamn 4, where this guy seems to thrive his brightest, but he's not even in towards the side, and the drone spots him out. He does take it out in the process, but even with this weapon, he is just not going to be able to do much to try and win out on this round with so many of the players converging on this position.
Turn 8 for the objective room. Gets the first one they're going to be pushing in. A lot of isolated fights, but still it's going to be a 3 versus 1. So now SHOPERBRO can react in time, but Hasib holding a very tight angle is going to take that round. 2-1, SHOPERBRO with the lead. Again, not the worst scoreline. Rancor should not be that unhappy. But again, it's just that a lot of these fights are being forced onto SHOPERBRO. It's not going out how they expect it to. Maybe step back on the defensive end, maybe play a little bit more passively, or even take the fight with numbers, maybe, at least if they trying to go out for a trade. Maybe Rancor should, take it down a notch and play a little bit passively, since a lot of these fights aren't going the way they wanted to, and they're having to depend on these anchors, players who are lurking inside the site, staying near the objective to pick up the slack. But again, as the side swap, they are going to be on attack this time, so I believe a lot more team synergy is on the cards. They're going to have to try and work their way through these
Use the planning table.
stairways, through these hallways, and as well of the windows. And again, the team play from this team is quite solid. So they, if their map knowledge is sound, they should be able to bring this back in the cards slowly. I'm sure SHOPERBRO would like to say something about that before they even try. Regardless, remember, still a best of 5, still Rancor's series point. So even the smallest change could turn things around for either side at this point.
Deploying in 10 seconds.
Being on an either-or situation like this is what's really the nail-biter of a moment in this entire BO5 now, isn't it? Rancor. So close towards victory, but they just can't really cross over that finish line now, can they? It's difficult, but this difficulty is where this team really has thrived in the past.
It's heating up. It's for sure heating up. Drone active by Little Zaza as they're trying to approach these stairwell doors. Again, Rancor taking a lot of solo fights for now. That's fine. They gotta be careful. Is the only thing that I would suggest. The Savage, he's gonna try and work his way down the stairs. He's got teammates on the other end as well. Drone still active. A lot going for them as they're slowly taking ground. Mock, though, caught at a bad time. Wasn't ready for that fight. As Hasib is gonna be the one to take him down. Captain Kazi not really deterred by that as they still make progress towards the hallway. Down the stairs. There's another player to the left side bathroom. If the drone can spot him out, I think they did. Zaza should tell his teammates. They open up the glass window. Nade's down there. As Deep Jolly's going to close the exit. Nade should try and flush him out. All stays alive. The trade is instant though. Not before he takes on Captain Kazi. Deep Jolly takes the trade, but still it's going to be a 4v3 disadvantage for Rancor. Another one falls. Savage taken down as well. 2 versus 4 now. As Lil Zaza, he's forced to get off the zone and try and support Deep Jol, who's gonna be stuck at the end of this hallway. Nade being thrown in his way, and now they're gonna have to try and reorganize, try and find a different route. It's gonna be a tough fight to win. They have some utility to work with. Back on that drone, sends the little buddy flying for information. Maybe guiding Deep Jol through some of these positionings. He's gonna have to clear out the stairwell first. I think that's gonna be the avenue Lil Zaza decides to approach from, while Deep Jol holds on. I mean, players
Got
with
an
the
good
objective-
interference though. But
Yeah.
all of the positions have been found out, but with only 2 of their members still alive, what are they really gonna do with this level of information? They can't really fight into any of them. And knowing the members of SHOPERBRO, they're not even gonna swing out until one of their members are close by. Rancor, they need to start figuring this one out here. They know for a fact that this is one of their weakest maps, but Zaza's in a pretty good spot on his own, but I'm pretty sure that they know that Yellow Stairs is already covered for. Down in towards the bathroom side, Nade now being utilized to just give Zaza a little bit of cover that he can use to work his way in, but never mind! It's gonna be Fatar instead, who throws out a nade of his own and catches out poor old Zaza. It's all up to Deep Jol, down to low HP. He does have the stim to just give him a little bit of a boost here, but I think that they're just done for here. Down to 32 HP. He's still down in the mark for 2 bullets. And with Fatar just sending the last one straight into his dome, there's not much that he could have done in this round. 1-3. As the one saving grace of Zaza that could have been there is all but over.
I feel like a little bit more, attention going into these rounds is necessary. A lot of these fights, they weren't ready for the side of Rancor. SHOPERBRO, they do have that proactive sense in them, but it's not as often that they display it this aggressively. So I think Rancor, they just weren't ready for a lot of these fights. They were still clearing these stairwells. They were still initially taking those fights after the doors were open, and they weren't ready for that kind of a response. So Rancor, they need to be a little bit more present in a lot of these situations. Still, a 1-3 isn't the worst scenario. They still made progress now with the shield being picked up. The push should be a little bit more easier. Mock with the shield is itself a danger message. But other than that, the ability that the shield, possesses to allow to push through a lot of these defenders and really open up doors without having the risk of being shot could be what Rancor need right now, because a lot of these gunfights, they aren't reacting as fast or as efficiently as they normally would have. But regardless, still a bit of a steep hill to climb from their end. As SHOPERBRO are looking to make it map point. If they take critical responses well, they're gonna be forced to go to the 5th and final map.
Deploying in 10
Decides
seconds.
it all, and I believe it's gonna be Prison Break, if I'm not wrong. And this is turning out to be a series, man. What a
Located
grand
the defuse
finals.
bomb.
Absolutely.
I mean, some of the matches that we've seen, we had expectations and we had glimmers of those expectations, like say, Chaos Theory, then Online Dogs. We also had teams like Red Wings, Team Bond that didn't really show up as we expected. I mean, that's partially due to the meta really developing, strategies really developing, and the teams not really being able to, stay up, on par with everything else. But this is one series that's delivering already. As the first kill goes in favor of Rancor, Savage gets the initial opener onto Taha, as they're gonna be able to walk in, Mock with the shield, providing information. Hates to come in though. Trying to push him back. There are a lot of players on that avenue. Doors open as he goes for the peek. He sees a player straight ahead. He's gonna send a nade flying that way. I don't think it's gonna go far enough. More nades following up. Oh my god, he gets 2! He gets 2! Hasib with a Kobe and a half. Deep Jol gets one more, but the fate is instant. And again, it's a 2v3 situation. Captain Kazi and Zaza are the ones alive. Swing comes in. Oh, he actually lands the shot. Clog, I believe he was low. 1 bullet landed. That's a trade, leaving Savage in the 1v2. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the man I want to see.
The clutch master for the team, the one that has done it time in and time out, ladies and gentlemen. When you need him the most, he is the one to show up. This is the
such
beauty of Savage, ladies and gentlemen, but at the same time, that's still a bit worrisome. Smokes in hand to try and break through into the classroom, I do believe, but with the C's positioning already known, Noctis is just not going to be able to find much of a catch here as C. Vinsley goes in for the swing to shut him down. 1-4 on the scorecards at map point, ladies and gentlemen, to take us over to a possible reverse sweep situation. This grand final has shaped up to be something incredible. This is very different from what we witnessed from the 0-hour open, ladies and gentlemen. Because here on out, SHOPERBRO, they're the ones in control.
Only one round needed to take to the last map. I'm tired, dude. Give me a break. These guys have been at it for a while and they're displaying an immense showing. I mean, we expected the map to be intense, but I didn't really see it going all the way to the 5th map. I expected it to maybe go to the 3rd or 4th. I mean, obviously it was going to the 3rd, but
Use the planning table.
Such-
to find
I
bombs.
expected it to go over to the 4th or at least the 5th, right? Because looking at the map selection, I instantly knew that Hotel Trouble wouldn't be a map where Rancor was really going to be that good. Because they didn't play that map in a while. The meta has evolved in that map to be not in their favor. And as soon as I saw Critical Response as the 4th map, I was very, dumbfounded at the fact that they even let this one through. Knowing Rancor, they would rather have a better time playing Residential House than this particular map, because this map generally, even through their scrims results, is easily their worst.
yeah. And it shows, the scoreline shows, and the way they're, pushing into a lot of these fights shows that they're not, as sharp on the angles
Deploying in 10
as
seconds.
you'd prefer. And back on the defensive end, SHOPERBRO, it's the ideal spot to take this map in their favor.
Locate
I
and
might be
defuse
trying to
bombs.
go for some parkour moves to go find a position to maybe go for spawn peaks, or maybe even find a cheeky angle onto the floors below. Rancor are avoiding those options. They know it's a high stakes part. They're in. Oh, Mock was going for the wallbangs himself, but the counter wallbang connects from Fatar. Already a disadvantage, already losing out on one of their most exciting and prolific players. Drone comes from Lil Zaza to give information. But again, they need to make progress. They need to get some kills and get that man count in their favor. Even if they do, it feels like map control wise, crossfires and all, and utility wise, it's just SHOPERBRO are on a completely different level on this map. It just shows that how much preparation has gone into this one, and they knew that Hotel Trouble and Critical Response were the maps where they needed to make the comeback, were the maps where they needed to make the impact they needed to keep this series going, and they've made the most out of it so far.
What?
Shotgun connect. Lil Zaza falls as Taha gets the kill with the Bison. With all 5 players alive. Not for long though, as Captain Kazi is gonna get the first one onto Taha.
Kazi,
First kill for his
oh
team.
my god. That could have been bad. A player was just waiting for on the opposite side of the balcony. I don't think he spotted him there. Taking his lucky stars for that engagement. Captain Kazi needs to be careful where he moves on to next year. Fatar, positions revealed. They are going to be going in for a little bit of a pop shot here and there, as down a man here for the side of Rancor, as they're going to try to bring themselves back in towards this, but knowing SHOPERBRO, they're at such a significant advantage. They're going to be the ones to go over to the defensive side once again, even if Rancor win this. And that difficulty slider just keeps on going up and up and up, down over to a 2v4 now, as this game looks to be all but over until Dibjol and Captain Kazi are able to pull off a miracle of their own.
They've got a lot of utility to work with. Nades, flashbangs, and tools in hand. They're gonna walk in,
No,
but
not
no
like that.
clog. Ready for that fight. Captain Kazi just dry peeks that through the door. leaving his teammate in a 1v3. GG is already being called by a lot of players. Not really expecting Deep Jol to take it. Never really know. Still want to see how this plays out. But Deep Jol is such an unfavorable fight. Chosen a flashbang. It's not really going to find or give him that much of a room to walk in yet. And SHOPERBRO, they're not going to go for this fight at all. They're just going to hold the angles. They're going to hold the doorways. They've got 2 players stacked in that room. So they're just going to have to play the trade game. And with 3 minutes on the clock, they're happy to run this clock down. Who even misses out on that cam shot. Oh, and the nade to finish it off just adds disrespect to that. Deep Jol falls to the nade, and SHOPERBRO still in this game. Very much kicking, very much alive. And they're gonna stay. They're gonna try their best to stay in this, and it's worked out. The map picks are definitely gonna be the factors that give them the victory as we move on to the final map of Prison Break. And now begs the question, how much preparation do SHOPERBRO have on Prison Break? Again, these are maps that they have played throughout the tournament, but maybe I haven't seen that level of proficiency as compared to Hotel Trouble and Critical Response, the last 2 maps. They have definitely displayed their experience, displayed their map knowledge. Can they do the same for Prison Break? I think Rancor, this is what they have been banking on, especially when they realize that things are going for the worst turn in this situation, that these 2 maps, they are not going to go in their favor at all. I think that is where they're going to put all their chips in. So it's just boiling down to this final map. And I mean, from going from one school to another, it just keeps on getting exciting round after round. But yeah, we're going to go into a short break very soon, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to set up the final map. I hope you join us for that, because we are going to be crowning a winner. Either it's going to be Rancor reigning supreme again after a really tough couple of maps, or it's going to be SHOPERBRO being crowned the new champions of the Zero Hour community. We'll find out after a short break. Before that, a reminder, once again, the game is 80% off everywhere. So whether you're looking to join the competitive esports scene or play a tactical shooter, win the PvP or as the PvE modes or the campaign modes, this is the best opportunity to do so. And with that being said, let's go in for the break as we set up for the final map of the series. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back, this time guaranteed for the final time in the entire tournament as we carry on with the 0 Hour Asia Showdown 2025 Grand Finals between Rancor and SHOPERBRO. We're heading on to the fifth and final map of the series, the decider map. Winner takes it all. It's going to be Prison Break as we yet to get a season 6, but we're still gonna get the fifth map at the very least. So with that being said, after four very intense, I was about to say two, but it felt like eight, but I was about to say two. In reality, it was four. My brain's cooked aggressive. It's just that it's been a really tough series for both teams and on us as well. After two very quick and concise maps by Rancor on the first and second, we had Showtime and then we had Breaking Meth. Both sides, SHOPERBRO definitely showed their proficiency, but were not just able to keep up with the strategy and the map knowledge and the in general game sense that was developed by Rancor. Then we went back to some of the older maps where SHOPERBRO were really proficient in back in the day, back in my time when the season or the esport was really growing. And SHOPERBRO definitely showed how much they've come, even compared to a lot of these newer teams, a lot of the new strategies being implemented in these older maps. All things considered, it's a very even affair on both ends. But now as we go into Prison Break, it's hard to even predict which team could be taking it home at this point.
Yeah, this storyline has been quite the roller coaster of emotions, I would say, especially for map number 1, map number 2. It's just it's been an insanity, right? From those first two maps down to the third over towards the fourth, you can tell that every single goddamn player in this lobby are gunning to try and get this done and over with. It's nearly 12 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. This BO5 is grueling, especially when you're playing 0 Hour. Each round lasting 6 minutes is something that you will remember. As this is where it's going to build up. This is where the game's really going to get fun here, ladies and gentlemen. The home stretch, map point. Sorry, not map point. Series point for both of these teams to see exactly who will be crowned as the champions for this grand final for the 0 Hour Asia Showdown.
Will it be the Goliaths? Will it be the reigning supreme champions of the side of Rancor that has worked so hard and that has shown how much effort they're willing to put into the game, how much they're attempting to learn and exercise themselves to be the best in the game? Or will it be SHOPERBRO, the side that has a lot of experience, a team that has a lot of chemistry and that has been playing together for a while, looking to take a new turn in their chapter as a squad in this new esport? Again, it shows the proficiency that both sides have, be it from different places. One team that has had a lot of competitive experience individually and definitely facing a bit of a learning curve in a game like this. But again, it's just their energy and maybe partially their youthfulness that allows them to put in that much effort and actually learn and develop the game in their style. And on the other side, we have players that have an understanding of how these sorts of tactics should be applied in a game like 0 Hour. Again, when you're calling back to that other game that we don't really talk about, but apparently talk about a lot actually, allowing them to transfer some of that potential in here. But as we go into the first round of the final map, the decider map, the one that decides it all, Rancor decide to take the first step. They're on their attacking end. They're going to be the first one to get the first kill of this map, Prison Break. Such a tight map, and again, does provide a lot of avenues to push into, but also really depends on your map knowledge. If you can, find ways to execute these scenarios. A lot of teams prefer to funnel through on that second floor balcony, but they don't really explore all the other avenues. Once they take control of the area, they don't really spread out, and we don't see a lot of action on the first floor either. So it's gonna be dependent on how these teams approach a lot of these pathways and avenues going in towards the objective. And Rancor looks like they have the best start they could hope for, at least so far, with the first initial kill. They've taken control of a solid portion of the map as they're slowly progressing towards the objective, working down the stairs. They've got drones, they've got utility, and they're really prolific in using those as well. So it's going to be a real test for SHOPERBRO to exercise themselves on this map. And again, they're already taking initiative to maybe go for a trade. Already down to a 4v5, so they're looking for that equalizer. Just hoping that they don't get a little bit too overzealous for some of these fights. So you know the aim proficiency that Rancor has. Despite all the utilities and tactics, their aim is definitely a factor that can completely change the tide of the game in a second. Try and deny the small plant. He didn't see Potato just lying on the ground there. A little bit too proactive while moving towards the objective. Maybe he doesn't have teammates to trade him out or support him, resulting in a 4v5. SHOPERBRO losing out on another player, but they trade back. D-Joel taking a back to get that kill. They're slowly walking into the Shredder as Mock, he's finally gonna get one for his team, but again, a lot of damage has been done. 2 versus 3, low HP on his teammate. Captain Kazi down to 15, still has utility to support, but as every second ticks by, this looks more and more unlikely to happen.
Not sure what slowed down approach as the members of Rancor just lost out their bodies almost instantly. Plog is going to be able to shut down another one. A little bit of a tough spot here as Mock, he was on the outskirts. He's not really going to be the one to try and turn this one around. Open door, close for the quarters here. As Fatar just instantly brings it back down to earth. As the members of Rancor just not really able to utilize a lot of the open space that they did have. Captain Ghazi did find an opener, a big one at that, but it just didn't really bode that well for them. Already the opening fight just looking to be in a tough position as the members of Rancor now just need to reestablish themselves once again. A tough early start as SHOPERBRO, yeah, they lost out on one of their players, but that theory still stands, and unless you lose out on 2 of your players on an instance like this, doesn't matter what kind of situation you're being thrown into, you're still at a pretty significant advantage as Rancor left to lick their wounds to try and figure out what exactly they did wrong. And I do believe one of the biggest things that did go wrong was they established staircase control, but without reception room control, right? The one that's on the opposite side of the balcony. Yeah. They're not going to be able to break through a lot of these lines that easily.
That added pressure could make life really difficult for the players of SHOPERBRO. They're having to take the fight on 2 fronts at once. Could pincer them into a tough spot, but Rancor really unable to take those positionings, especially with a player on the first floor still looking for that lurker. Maybe delay the push, maybe send in backup for that solo player. Try and pincer the site with 2 people on each avenue. Instead, they decide to just go for it and lose out on all their players. Not the best idea, but again, that was just the first round. They're slowly getting into the groove of things. SHOPERBRO definitely have established control, established how dominant their hold is in this avenue. That's going to be one of the strengths going into even the other objectives of this map. And overall, not only just being able to hold on to the site in a more, less active fashion, having that lurk alongside in the first floor, distracting a lot of these players going up on the rappel, is a factor that could come in to give them a massive advantage in the mid to late stages of the round. Again, Rancor deciding to stick with their top stairs approach. I think there are players on the reception side as well, slowly moving in. Taking things one at a time. You have enough time on your hands. Slowly work out the map. Just be cautious enough to really be ready to take any fights that might show up. Doesn't seem like SHOPERBRO are going for any aggressive holds, but you never really know. It's best to stay ready whatever the scenario shows up with. And Mock, he's going to be ready to take that first kill onto Clog off of the rappel. And that's going to mean the world to them, as that gives them some room and some sense of safety slowly walking down towards the objective.
This is just 1 point of this game here for them. So again, it's the man advantage that they're able to gain, but they're not able to capitalize on it. The mid rounds need to be a little bit more easier coming out from this team as Mog. Overstayed is welcome, already being shut down here a little bit too early for this overall engagement. Drones now being utilized to clear out a lot of these close quarters angles. Zaza does find the opener, does give them the information that they need to try and go in for this fight. Dibjol in for the angle, has the flash already up and checked in as Savage. Needs to be careful of how he utilizes his smoke to really make this push work. He needs to find the perfect timing to do so. And it's all dependent on his teammates as they're working their way in. Weiser's control already established. They're able to go in for a full-on wraparound. None of the members of SHOPERBRO are taking a risky engagement from here on out. And now, this is where their positions need to be played for. Drones in, positions revealed. And now, the hit soon to be coming through. The half walls already being cleared in as Zaza just playing for the time, playing for the info. They have ample amounts of information that they can work for, but the smoke placement was just a little bit too lax here. They need to go in deeper and they need to do it quick because SHOPERBRO now are converging onto their positions.
SHOPERBRO realizing the gravity of the situation. Now they're going to try to hold this the best they can. They've got some solid crossfires ready as we just see. I think Rancor the ideal opportunity to push in, and that wasn't it. Deepjaw is gonna get the first kill. Fatar is the one to take him down. He's gonna fall back as he realizes the pressure is mounting. He's still trying to be aware, still trying to be proactive as he's got a teammate on the crossfire. Asib joining alongside him, but he's got his own demons. They're gonna climb down the stairs just after a while, but Taha holding the ground on the other end, keeping this site under their control. It's gonna be another one. Savage taken down, and it's all down to Lil Zaza in the 1v4. He's got the tactical shotgun, trying to find these shots. But again, SHOPERBRO, oh, the timing was not really in favor of Lil Zaza. As the push comes in, he doesn't land the shot. I thought it was straight on his body. It felt like he didn't take any damage.
Okay, bro.
He took no damage.
Apparently so.
I mean, I guess he missed. It shouldn't matter though. It's a shotgun, and at that range, it doesn't matter if it's a slug or a shell. Well, I don't know what happened. Yeah.
What a wonderful phrase.
That's the mentality that honestly Rancor need right now. It's still their attacking half, maybe on defense. We hope to see some changes coming up. But again, it's just that even before the execution, some of the decision making wasn't the best. Some of the utility plays was not the ideal situation that you might have hoped for going into that final push.
Use the planning table.
As we approach the last round of this first half, Rancor definitely could use the smallest of momentum boosters, which in this case would be that one round win, maybe 2-1, allowing their defense to be just a tad bit more comfortable. Can they make it count is the question that needs to be answered. And it's not really like SHOPERBRO are doing anything special. They're just really exploiting these hallways, really exploiting these angles and these tough positions for attackers as they move towards the objective. Not really expending too many of the resources trying to be proactive or trying to take initial frontline fights.
10 seconds.
They're sending out that one player, which is fine, more than fine, because whoever the mobile lurker is doing a good job of just running around and wreaking havoc, wreaking chaos, and then getting out of there. Not really attempting to get kills, but just being a factor, being an ever-present entity that the attackers have to respect, have to consider. Looks like they might be in for a bit of a surprise as they walk in towards this door. Drone will be sent in, spots a player in. I don't think he sees him. Allbang's not connecting just yet. I don't think he sees the defender shouldn't see the drone. That allows the player from behind to sneak up the balcony. Now they're holding a crossfire. They trapped this person in there. Oh, this could be a big nade. Doesn't really go that deep. Does he find the kill? I think no damage done, nothing. He's able to run away. Well, at the very least.
Good
Oh,
kill.
never mind. Dibjol. And that's the crossfire I was talking about. Having a player on that balcony as well makes this push a little bit easier. Now they know the rooms are more or less clear. They can slowly start initiating their attack. Rancor, I think they want to wait for the drone. They're being very slow and patient. Not a bad idea, honestly.
They're keeping the basics in check, and that's the big part of this, but they need to stop peeking into a lot of these angles all by themselves. This is where the problem of the team just keeps on going through, right? Every single round, right, in this last 3 rounds, they've gotten this first initial opening kill. SHOPERBRO are never at a man advantage when they're winning out on these fights. It's always at these mid rounds where the team just really breaks apart in more ways than one. You can tell that Rancor, they have a very good understanding on what to do to try and get that opener pickup, but it's always these over-aggressive fights that could end up in your own demise here. Dibjol giving away a lot of the answers. They still need to drone this one out, as positionally other members are really focusing on these fights just yet. Zaza going in for a little bit of a pre-fire to just deal a little bit of damage here, force them off these angles to make them feel as uncomfortable as they possibly can for these duels. And with Dibjol holding the line down with him, this is very good overall gameplay coming in from them. They're playing for the basics and they're doing it well. Dibjol takes a lot of damage. Zaza in for the close quarters fight. He's going to be able to find the opener. Possible 2-1 scoreline could be coming through for their side. This is the best that they've looked in the longest amount of time here, ladies and gentlemen. And knowing this squad, I'm a little bit still worried here until they get one more kill and work a little bit deeper into the map. Not gonna be counting the chickens before they hatch for their side just yet. They get SHOPERBRO, they still have a lot more tricks left in them.
Yeah, the crossfires in that objective area is just a lot stronger. And despite the advantage, if they funnel through this, it's gonna be a tough fight to take. Fatar and Potato Hopper holding that angle. Taha just running around trying to hold that other side. For a bit aggressive push. There are 3 players there. Potato to cover him out. Gets him out of dodge. As the push comes in, they react off of that, and Savage gets both. Turns out into a 1v4. Taha is making his way down to the site. He's got to rush. He's got to run as the floodgates are opened. SHOPERBRO, they're making their way in, and Fatar disconnects, but he is out of the round. That's not the factor yet, and I don't think Taha is even gonna try. He doesn't even have room to try at this point. He's so far away. Although, Rancor, they're being patient. They're sticking the defuse, and the defuse comes through. They're not gonna wait or rush down to take that hunt. It's gonna be a 2-1 scoreline, and Rancor again. Now on the defensive end, a 2-1 scoreline isn't the worst in the world. They can definitely work off of this on their defensive side. SHOPERBRO, hopefully as Fatar reconnects, definitely need to come up with a unique strategy to take that objective. Because as we've seen, just running it down isn't the best idea. And again, I think both sides are aware of that. So they're going to have to come up with another avenue, another tactic to really put the pressure on the defensive end of Rancor.
This is where the game is really going to start to heat up for their side as Rancor now looking to be that squad that
Use the planning table to find the bomb.
really can make that difference, especially after all of the mishaps and the pitfalls that they had to face these last couple of duels. Getting this one round for them is a breath of fresh air, especially after what they have tried to do in these previous roundups. That mid-round fight that generally we were talking about is what really was the difference maker for them. In that mid-round, they were able to stabilize and just build upon the overall aggression that was trying to be implemented by the members of SHOPERBRO. They were able to hard punish it, take that man advantage away, and my theory just still keeps on standing, right? If you lose out on one player on the defensive side, yeah, that's completely fine because player is probably not that important, but when you lose out on that second one, that is exactly when things just start to fall apart for their defense. Mock again trying to be cheeky here, close and personal with the Falcon, and he does have a shotgun as that secondary, so let's see if he does get the one tap or gets one tap
Locate and
himself.
defuse the bomb.
It's funny how the primary becomes the secondary and the secondary becomes the primary when small. There are players there. He sends the bullet flying, but it misses. I don't think it did any damage.
Was
And
close, though.
now, yeah, I was close. There's a lot of players. He could have actually maybe taken a couple more shots that definitely rattled the players of SHOPERBRO a little bit. But they carry to move on into the compound. Slowly working their way up. Now ever aware about Mock and his shenanigans. But again, it's all about finding the avenues to pincer the players of Rancors, because initially Rancor might show up with some fights, because that is how a bunch of the players from Rancor's end do tend to play out a few of these rounds. But at the same time, it's that mid-round hold where you slowly start to take positions to choke the internal objective and the players in there. Will Rancor give them that opportunity, give them that chance, is where I think a lot of the potential of the round lies. So far, Rancor, they're being fairly passive, excluding that initial aggression shown by shown by Mock.
The usual stance from the members of SHOPERBRO here. Very aggressive control over towards the side of staircase. Players playing for the repel side. They're just going to keep on going for this. Not really that big of a surprise for them here for this particular engagement, as they're all just going to need to play this one smart. Slow and steady wins the race for them, as Zaza waiting for him on the opposite end of this. This again. Calm before the storm, it seems, ladies and gentlemen. It's the players now taking a bit more of the bottom-ended approach for this particular instance, as for now.
Comes Mock. Nade in hand. Waiting for the door to be opened. Rancor, they're definitely trying to close off every doorway they possibly can. Mock, very aggressive, sends the nade line. Could find damage. No. Nothing of value yet as he falls back. The drone will pressurize him to go even further. So far, he seems to be stuck in this position. Still willing to take the fight. Drone comes in. No way he's going to be able to destroy that. But SHOPERBRO don't really capitalize off of all that information. They're just happy to hold him down, happy to put him in a tough spot and let him know, boy, you don't want this. You don't want this, Dust. Or maybe he does, because he is Mock. He's still ever present in that room.
Oh my
And they're slowly surrounding
God.
him. Oh yeah, they want him. They want him out bad. Mock being really forcefully pushed back. And now slowly, as they establish control all over the site, he's going to have to be forced to fall back straight into the objective. Zaza, good nade, but not really making any progress other than forcing SHOPERBRO to fall back temporarily. Taha, good hold. Mock finally pays the price for his aggression. And now they're slowly working their way all around the side. Clog with a follow-up onto Lil Zaza. They're holding this so well. And really putting the pressure on the players inside. So they're going to open up these doorways. Yeah, it's a tough spot for Rancor to be in. They're going to need a star performance to get out of this. Deepjaw looking to be the one to start things off. And he takes down Taha, who's trying to open the door wedge. Good presence of mind to realize that he's going to be in that position. Still a 3 versus 4. Captain Kazi is going to be on the alert. Yeah. They were aware of this though. Still, I would say more or less the advantage still is in the hands of SHOPERBRO. It's just piling this pressure on. Oh, wallbang again. What was that?
He tried to kick the door open!
He clipped through the wall, and that gave Kazi the prompt that they're right on the next side of the door. He's going to get a wallbang. 3v3 now. Pressure is still mounting. A minute left on the clock. They've got to slowly start making moves here. They've exercised a lot of patience, but wallbangs are still keeping them out of this room, out of this objective. They've got to be careful about flanks as well. It's Rancor, they are holding the objective. They won't let it be the only one. And then nice swing from Fatar, but doesn't get the second. Savage to get the follow-up. And Captain Ghazi to follow it up from the flank. It's all on to Potato Hopper. He's good for one, but 45 seconds left on the clock. He's got to be aware of Captain Ghazi. He's going to be low on HP, 60 in the hands, 45 on the ends of Potato Hopper. He's going to prone down and stick to defuse. He's got his guns trained on the doorway, but he's not ready for it. And Captain Ghazi swings. He's gonna go for the swing and it's gonna take down the diffuser. And with that, Rancor bring it back to even terms. 2-2 is the scoreline, and we are not done yet. The defensive half looking to be rough, but they still make it count. Captain Kazi being the star man this time. And I've got to say, a few kills here and there, the couple of kills through the doors is really what slowly started to completely disassemble whatever SHOPERBRO had built up. That added alongside the pressure of time just put them in a really tough spot. And it's just kind of surprising considering the position that they were initially. They were really comfortable just holding out and causing so much trouble for the defenders. Table flip was not seen coming.
Use the planning table to find the bomb.
The biggest factor that changed the fate of this round had to be Captain Kazi going in for such a risky play. He went on an adventure, and that adventure really paid off. None of the members of SHOPERBRO were expecting that one, that is for certain. And these are the kind of plays that you generally need to make sometimes to really break your opponents in more ways than one. Again, silver lining and an opportunity for the members of SHOPERBRO. But at the same time, Rancor, how creative can you get here? Now that SHOPERBRO understand that you're not going to be a team that hunkers down inside of the site. You are a team that will actively try to work your way around and take a lot more duels. It's time to adapt. It's time to learn. It's time to build upon the strategies that you generally are known to find. Prison Break is a map that is going to be very difficult for both of these teams because both of them know each other's playstyle. And this map caters to both the playstyles as well. If you want to be on those fights for the longer ranges, if you want to take things slow as well, you can do so. If you want to be as fast and rush heavy as you could possibly be on this map, it's all capable. But simplicity, it's not going to be the name of the game here because creativity is going to be the thing that wins the matches. Prison Break is not a map that you can just simply get away with. And it's been proven by the members of Rancor that if they want to win, they have to pull out on all of the stops.
Yeah, Rancor definitely with that objective in mind going ahead in the follow-up rounds. SHOPERBRO are going to have to step it up a little bit. They're doing their defaults well, but it's the mid to the end rounds is where they're struggling. All the progress they've made is just faltering at that stage. A lot of room for improvement in that manner. Again, if they can just capitalize on the pressure they create, I feel like they could do a lot better and just flush out a lot of these players with utilities, especially near that objective room. Right now, I have to start off a new round, and honestly, it's hard to say how this is gonna play out. Again, Rancor, they are trying to play to this map's strengths. But again, it's just every round takes such an unpredictable turn. It's hard to really come up with a plan. As this time, 4 to 5 players are pretty much bound around the objective. They've set up site there and they're not really moving away from that position. And this is going to take a while because SHOPERBRO, they're going to be patient and clear out every avenue as much as they can. They are aware of the ever-present danger that Rancor's lurkers and fracksters can provide, so they're gonna try and make sure the coast is clear for them before they move in. Meanwhile, defenders, Rancor, they're just gonna sit pretty, let the time run out as much as they can. That's the kind of pressure that they're looking to apply on their opponents. With a little less than 4 minutes on the clock, Rancor still have plenty of time to eat away at. SHOPERBRO, still a large portion of the map they're gonna have to work their way through before they see any action. They'll be working their way through the reception room. Drone still available. He's doorways could be quite dangerous. They need to be careful while opening these. Nades come in, and I think that nade went through from Zaza's end, but still he's in a good position to try and hold the crossfire with his team. SHOPERBRO need to be a little bit more careful before they move into the site. They've made significant progress, but now how they execute it is where it counts. Clog already low on HP. Still holding on though. Waiting for his teammates to create that added pressure that might make Rancor falter. First kill does go in favor of Rancor. SHOPERBRO, one man down. They're still trying to slowly apply the pressure. Hasib, he's gonna work down the stairs. The rest of his teammates are gonna pull. Oh, the timing. Mob
Oh my god, Mob! What is that?
Just walks out and gets that shot. The timing's gonna be good. And Clog again, he was holding that angle. I don't think he pushed through. But it's gonna be Lil Zaza to get that kill, and now pressure on Potato. He's the only one on this avenue, and his teammate falls as well. Hasib is going for another flank. Instead, he's gonna be the one to die out. Potato good for the first one, but he's gotta find 4 more. An ace needed, as Rancor pretty much guarantee their lead. 3-2. That's gonna result one-off series point. I remind you, this is the 5th map. This is the final map. Winner takes all. Potato moving up towards the left side reception. Player up close. Is he aware of it? He walks through that other doorway. Wall bangs are gonna connect. I believe the door had that the lock blown off, allowed them to see through it, maybe, and allowing them to convert that 3rd round. Rancor 3-2. Still on their defensive end. Means they can try and make this 4-2 scoreline, unless of course SHOPERBRO methodically work through this again. Easier said than done though. They're definitely feeling the strain right now. Strain of a grand finals. Strain of being a month-long tournament at stake. Can they make it through? It is the question. Can they maintain their composure? Make this a 3-3 and then go back to their defense. Try and win out on a couple of rounds.
Use the planning table to find the bomb.
It's just devolving into something so intense. It's hard to even
Fathom? Yes.
fathom. Yeah, I mean, hard to even consider or take your time to even think about all these possibilities, all the other timelines and everything. It's just you're just bound to wait and see what goes down.
Yeah, this is such an unpredictable game of 0 Hour as well. Both of these teams are in a completely different mindset too when you think about it. Rancor as a whole just are really able to turn up the heat in this particular map. They had a very rough showing for the last 2. That's very apparent here, as I kind of miss having that whole breaker play still being right. As most teams have just kind of figured out that turning off the breaker just doesn't mean anything because of the whole contrast glitch that you can do. But hopefully the developers, they find a workaround against this, because if they don't, it just puts the whole mechanic that makes 0 Hour so unique just out of the window.
I mean, if you see it from our observer perspective, it does look cool. If they do work out on this will add a whole different dynamic to the game. A whole different. I mean, I remember I talked about this before, that the whole night vision thing, NVGs, lasers, torchlights, and everything. This will add a completely different play style. Like an initial branch.
I don't think they are prepared for this. This might be so bad. None of them have NVGs and they're playing in complete darkness. Rancor, they might be just doing the scummiest move ever.
It might just work out. These flashlights could be really counterproductive. They do provide vision, but they also give away your position. Again, there are a lot of tight rooms in this. But again, in positions like this where the door is open, you can just see the light and you can understand when the enemy is gonna try and peek. Even the laser sights might have helped out in certain scenarios with NVGs and whatnot, but I think Rancor, they might have cooked up a recipe for success, but again, you never know. SHOPERBRO might just show up with something completely different. This looks so cool, by the way. Come on, guys. Devs, make this, like, fix the thing, man. I want to play in the dark. That sounded wrong, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh god.
Especially remember when I was playing PvE missions on campaign, like, it just feels so cool to go for the breaker and play with NVGs and whatnot. Adding this layer to the competitive scene will make the game 10 times more fun. But right now, throwing that out the window, it's gonna be SHOPERBRO making significant progress outside these doorways and trying to utilize the drone, trying to utilize the utilities to find avenues to enter. Big nade comes in but doesn't find any value. SHOPERBRO will have a player low on HP and no significant damage done on the other end. The darkness does make it difficult for him to really spot the both, like, really just blends all these all the things you're seeing on your screen. It's hard to spot out of the layer.
The
He's still
fact
trying
that
to
they're
find a tricky
doing
angle.
this, I still can't believe that they're actually doing this. Well, to me, it's such a scummy move, but at the same time, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh, so far it's kinda standing like an obstacle against SHOPERBRO. They are ever so slightly having to slow things down. Ooh, that was a close one. That was a nade right next to him. Yeah, they're really struggling to push through this. The darkness might actually be working out here. They're gonna finally walk in. I guess Taha could be the first point of contact. There's a player right up next to him and a crossfire set up from the other door, farther into the room. You never know when a peek might come up from the other side. There is a player holding it. Yeah, it's just such a tough spot, all things considered. They're running out of utility as well. They're eating up so much time here. Where are the other players? I think they're tank on the other side. But Taha finally moves in. Yeah, Savage is taking care of it. There's no way they get through this without any utility, and whatever utility they had is used up. 4 versus 5. Another nade goes in. Yeah. Nade flying. I don't think that'll find much value. Yeah, they have to reconsider their options. Hasib just finally move in though. Gets by Mock. Nade fall off. Oh, it's a trap. Sorry. A trap takes down Potato and denies the entry. Clock takes care of Lil Zaza, but again, it's a 2 versus 3. Low HP on everybody. And Clock, he's gonna be the one to try and make the difference. Vatar falls. Clock from the flank. He's gonna have to try and find these players. Again, in the dark, making things so much more difficult.
They did it in the last round as well, so they can't even try to fight against this in the following round by picking up an NVG or something. This is, again, it's like such a scummy move, but I love it. If your opponents are not prepared for something like this, you're just not gonna be able to do this and get away with it. You can't even do the contrast trick that quickly, so it's gonna take you a little bit of time to do it here. And with the last player now remaining, last one's already spotted too. Mox just holding down the angle. Build upon it, take the timing, do it well, and SHOPERBRO is just so done. Clog, I don't think he has any idea where he's going at this point. Holding down on a couple of these angles, trying to see something here from the sidelines. Light's already been given away here. Mock in position and a one tap to end things off. 2-4, ladies and gentlemen, as Rancor. They pulled off a trick, and hey, something just came out of the hat, and I don't think it was a rabbit. It was round number 4.
Round number 4 going in their favor, and now it's gonna be a series point, ladies and gentlemen. SHOPERBRO in disarray. They are gonna be on defense now, so they can play the map to their fullest, utilize it to their advantage. But again, the confidence after these last few rounds Rancor have built up, the sheer difference, could be the factor they need. It's gonna all come down to these next few rounds. It could be not even next few rounds, this next round, because Rancor won off them winning the whole thing. Best of 5 boils down to this. We've been here all night long. Who knows how longer you might have to stay.
Use the planning table to find the bomb.
Yeah, it's just heating up. It just keeps going to the point and beyond.
To infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond. Plus Ultra.
Everything.
Hadouken.
Hadouken.
Kamehameha. What else do we got? I don't even know.
I think
I
guys, Keith has
forgot.
lost his mind.
I forgot. I even forgot what Keto says, bro.
Have you ever? When did you last watch Sword Art Online?
No, never. It's like the last, what, it was season 3 part 2 maybe, right?
You should watch Alicization. Like,
I
don't know why.
did. That's the one. The season 3 had 2 parts. I also watched them. I watched everything, bro.
Did you watch the new one?
What new one?
A new one just came out that took the perspective
Locate and
of
defuse the bomb.
Asuna instead.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure I was back in my day when I was.
This was not a back in my day thing. This was a recent thing.
How recent?
I think last year.
Then I probably didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing from SAO I haven't watched yet is probably the best thing they made from SAO, which was the Gun Gale online thing.
God damn it! No, that is the worst thing. Going back as soon as you said that, I already lost interest in this entire conversation. 0, ladies and gentlemen. A lot more interesting than talking about that. It's gonna be Fatar already finding that initial opener. He catches out Captain Kazi, who was trying to play for the repel. That's gonna be a little bit of a costly thing for them to try and fight into. Deep on the angle. Smokes already being thrown out. Potato Hopper, good for the opening kill. Mox flick just does not land for the opener. Good for the shot here. It's gonna be Zaza immediately shutting things down over towards the first. Now looking for the second. He hears out on the footsteps. Needs to make sure that his teammates are in position to try and take this duel. Rotations being done from the outskirts of the map, and Zaza still needs to go in for something big here. One more opener is all that is a requirement for them to find a lot more free space on this map. But Zaza needs to be careful of how he takes this duel, because it's all but risky. Player towards his left side. No real noises being made other than Zaza's gonna be the one to find the opener. Goes in for the fight. Looks for the duel, but the frame just blocks the shot. He's not gonna be able to find it. Halfworld's gonna mask out the last player. It's down over to a 2v4 situation now as SHOPERBRO. Now, they're the ones in control. And Rancor, they need to pull off a miracle to try and take this victory.
Yeah, they're gonna have to walk into a lot of deadly fights if they wanna try and take this home. It's pretty much gonna be I mean, not pretty much. It is guaranteed to be a tough fight. They have time on their hands. They have some utility to work with. Tries to send a smoke out. Deep Jaw not really pushing from the other end. Seems like they're not even sure of what to do at this point. They don't have the best plan. They have no plan organized. Can try and walk through this hallway, but a wrong timing could cost them quite significantly. Already lost out on 3 players. 4v2 situation not favoring out. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Approaching the half-point mark. They're gonna wait patiently, try and see if anyone baits a shot out, but it's not gonna happen. I feel like SHOPERBRO are just gonna sit pretty. Got a few players inside the objective, 2 of them outside on the stairs. Nothing they really have to do at this point other than just hold angles. Savage trying to jiggle his way in. Nasib could be the first point of contact. He's holding the right angle. Alongside him. Traps do come in, nades as well. They know where they're positioned now. Trying so hard to find an opening, but SHOPERBRO was just playing it brilliantly, not giving them any quarter. Giving them nothing. You wanna fight, get in here, boy. Oh, maybe they do get this way. They do decide to give them a little bit. I believe he got down there. And Seeb will be finished off by the Eagle. Still a 3 versus 2. Still advantageous towards the side of SHOPERBRO. But again, Fattar, he is a little bit isolated in the side. If they can find a timing to push in, this could be all the difference maker. Savage, he's trying. He's trying. He's like, just give me a fight. Give me a fight. But yeah, SHOPERBRO,
One head glitch position is what's really scary though.
yeah. It's a tough spot to be in. Savage again denied that entry. He's trying to move in. Nothing they can really do. Time's ticking away. 1:30 on the clock. They can't even go towards the diffuser. They're gonna try. Maybe they might. They could try and funnel them through the doorway. SHOPERBRO aren't exactly running from for the
Oh
flank.
my god, Dipjol!
Oh, he's still alive. The flank isn't coming. They're sticking to the defuse. The diffuser will die. Dipjol does get the trade in from the flank. Here comes the other player. Runs out of ammo. Uses the pistol, but doesn't work out. Fattar to finish him off through the wall. 4-3. 1 off equalization. 1 off a 4-4 scoreline, and SHOPERBRO boiling it down to the last second. Oh, imagine if the flank was a little late. It would still be hard though. He still have to kill that last player and try and stick the defuse. I mean, it's a tough situation regardless. They still made the most of it. Rancor, Dipjol and Savage. Could have been some universe. Maybe it could have been. Aggressive doing some weird stuff in the camera there. Y'all can see it, but you know, bro's just, oh damn, bro's teasing hard. It's just a lot of downtime in this game, ladies and gentlemen. We're out here talking about anime. We're out here saying Hadokens and stuff. Talking about how
I'm doing the Hadoken in real life, hoping that it reaches you.
bro's gonna Hadoken his guts out. Oh yeah. But yeah, it's just throughout all the intensity and throughout all the moments of the game, it's just you just gotta sometimes let yourself a little loose, cut yourself a little slack. Maybe if you're aggressive, not so much. Oh yeah, his entire camera is shaking. His entire camera blurted out with that last Hadoken there. But yeah, slowly approaching the action phase. But
Deploying in 10
SHOPERBRO, they're slowly trying to reconvene and try and get through this. They're holding their positions really well. It's all gonna come down to how they approach the first initial gunfights in the early round. Rancor, they're gonna be ready for these fights, but again, SHOPERBRO can decide to not really give them those fights. It's perfectly safe to have 4 players just hold up in the objective and hold out outside the reception room, denying that entry. Having a good crossfire like we saw Rancor do in that round where they turned off the lights makes things so much more easier to try and hold on to and try and just eat off all the time. That gives them an advantage in the late stage as the attackers will be pressured to get in the objective, as they might hypothetically have, say, only 2 to 1 minutes left. Rancor aware of that possibility. They're gonna try and quickly take control a lot of these avenues. Stairwell control is also being held from outside, but they're gonna have to work through these first rooms if they want to make it. The objective's a lot more forward now, so having that flank potential makes things a little bit dangerous. Drone will spot out these 2 players. Both coming to slow things down. Captain Kazi, again, there's the flank I was talking about. He's gonna take care of Taha. Good start. A good start from their part. But again, it's just this entry is so hard. They're gonna have to try and move around the other room, but they're trying to force themselves through this one single avenue. They don't really have to do it. They can try and move through the other side and then pincer the players in sight. I wonder what the plan is for Rancor in this. They already have the advantage.
Oh, wait! That is such a good trade though!
That opens up the side a little bit. spot though. He's trying to land that way. He
no.
gets down. The kills do come in. The walk out from the team kill. Mog dies out. He gets the player.
3v1.
Hasib. They're gonna finish off these players, and it's all down to Clog. 3 kills, but he's on the flank. Do they expect this is the question? They He tried to nade him. And little Zaza with the shotgun just blasts him in the face. A little unironic, a little anticlimactic. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have our winners for the 0 Hour Asia Showdown 2025. Still reigning supreme, still going strong. They were in a run for the money, and SHOPERBRO didn't make it easy. But Rancor holds strong. We have our winners. It is going to be Rancor taking the trophy, taking the position of champions, and maintaining their dominance in the 0 Hour esports scene. What a showdown. What a series. Kudos to every single player. We've had the amount of moments we've had in this one best of 5 is probably the same as the amount of moments we had in pretty much the entire series. It was such a fun game to watch overall. There was not a dull moment. There was not really much much of lack of awareness, lack of map knowledge, nothing like that. Both teams, they're tried and tested. They know the game, they know the mechanics, they know the maps, and they gave it their best out there. But again, it's just going to be Rancor going on in their undefeated streak. And what is that like? This was the 30th match in the tournament. How many matches did they play? Like 5 or 6 undefeated matches continuously in the
Absolutely.
playoffs. That's just insane to think about.
Like Rancor as a team is just so hard to beat. Even in the 0 Hour Open, they had a very dominant performance. I would say arguably they had a much more better performance overall. They were ahead of the curve when it came down to their initial standing. But here on out, like this particular last round just was the embodiment of Rancor as a team. They just up to the side. Like there's a situation where any other team would do this other than Rancor. 2 players just ran straight in. They went in for the kills, they went in for the flicks, and it just landed. It's just Rancor for you. The more aggressive that you play, the more you're going to be able to catch your opponents off guard. That is the philosophy for this team. But they played upon the basics as well, going for that external fight, using Captain Kazi on the repel position, making him be that initial setup, catch out Taha. Taha was one of the key players for a lot of these rounds that we kind of forgot about too, right? That SHOPERBRO relied on Taha to make those opening kills work for their team. And the fact that they just kept on building upon it time in and time out. Captain Kazi being that player that always goes on those lurk positions, be able to find those kills out on players that generally don't really expect it. It's the small details like this that make Rancor what they are. And then for them to be the champions of the Asia Showdown 2025, it's not that big of a surprise whatsoever. The teams are immaculate in the way that they play, and they have done wonders to try and take this victory.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved amount of effort and work they put into the tournament. They are going to take home the prize of first place and the prize money as well. Second place does go to SHOPERBRO by default, and Online Dogs will be third, I believe. And with that being said, we are concluding the tournament with a banger of a series, and I wouldn't have it any other way. One way I would have it is that if you guys just went onto Steam or any other platform you want and check out 0 Hour yourself. It's 80% off. If this tournament piqued your interest, if you're like, this is a game I definitely want to try out and experience the action that we've been experiencing for the past couple of weeks, yourself, you could be the one challenging the side of Rancor in the future, in the future series. You could be the one taking them down and maybe taking that top dog spot for yourself. This is the best time to do so, as the game is 80% off. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, on platforms, you can get the game for the cheapest price possible. And with that being said, I mean, it's just poetic. After this intense of a series, Rancor take it home. But with that being said, we are gonna conclude the event, and it has been a pleasure and an honor to be here. A fun experience indeed, and hopefully in the future we're gonna bring you more tournaments and more events like this, and hopefully Rancor will have a little bit more competition. But with that being said, we're gonna conclude the event. Thank you for joining us throughout the tournament. It's been Mikito and Aggressive alongside you. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and we will see you next time.